Mic check, mic check. 139. Mic check, mic check. 139. She a move, she a move, she a move. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Grand Risings family. Yeah, you don't know. It's the 999 in the building. And you know what that means. So yeah, man, big up yourselves, each and every one of you. You know how we do over here, sir. Happy Sunday, happy Sunday, happy Sunday. Yeah, man, 90s Rice and Peas back again. That's something at the bottom. See what I got, man. But yeah, man, big up, big up, big up, big up, big up, one and all. See? So today, family. Yeah, well, first and foremost, let us give thanks and praise to the Most High, because no one knows the hour, the second, or the minute in them settings. Yeah, so if we've all awoken to see today, let us definitely give thanks and praises, Carl. All leap never wake up for the dear. Yeah, so that's the first thing. Today is the 22nd day of the 10th month, 2023. You know what I always say? I can't believe it. 2 more months and you know it's Christmas and all of that fucking mad stuff. And oh boy, yeah, man. Time, man. It's a move, man. I don't know if it moves quicker with age, man, but trust me. And with the digital time, like you've heard me say as well, we went from analog to digital, I definitely believe that, you know what I mean, we're losing nanoseconds or nanoseconds, which then combinate into seconds, which then combinates into minutes, which then combinates into hours, and you know how the rest goes, man. But yeah, 22nd day of the 10th month, yeah. So anyone that celebrated a birthday, strong christening, anniversary, do you know what I mean? Any type of special occasion, I hope you had a good one, and I hope you was able to enjoy it with your family and your friends, because when you take away all your little bits and bobs, really and truly, that's all you got, you know, your family and your friends. And remember, when you're dead, you can't take nothing with you. Yeah, so a lot of people here that are out here fighting and killing each other for A, B, and C, you know what I mean? It don't make no sense, you know, because when you shut your eyes, boy, it's just you and that coffin, nothing else. Asbo Alice. Just wanted you to have a copy of that. Nah, that's going back many years, Asbo. And the first panels that she probably would have been jumping on would have been Raspex and Titans TV and but yeah, but no is the simple answer to that, bub. No is a simple answer to that. And also, when she first started, her name wasn't it wasn't Gummy. It wasn't Gummy. It wasn't even Jupiter. It was something called something like Southeast Girl or something like that. Do you know what I mean? So when she first started coming online, her current name was not it. It was Southeast Girl or something. So yeah, sorry, Bab. Why is she still causing I haven't even done any Scummy Side updates, man, because I went on holiday, do you know what I mean? Bathing myself off and get me wash off all the classes, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it was something like that, man. If it wasn't that exactly, it was something around that kind of, because obviously she's where's she from? She's from Eltham, innit? Them mad places there. Come on, the G block in the building. Come on, man. Happy belated strong to you, big man. I see you doing your thing. You know what I mean? Spending that walk. Hey. I mean, touring and that. So yeah, man, you know, so we do a thing. So yeah, man, big up yourself, man. Big up yourselves, man. Ah, see it there, bam, bam. See it there, bam, bam. Yeah, bam, bam. Big up yourself, Ultra. Yeah, my G, as Big H would say. But yeah, man, my G, them still not no lie. Get me? But yeah, man, big up. Anyway, big up Ultra and your family. You understand me? Big up Big H and your family. You know what I mean? Cause you know, so we love them family settings. Yeah. And you know, so we'll always big up the man them that are putting in that necessary work, man. So you'll always get my love. You know what I mean? For real. Our foundation is key. Foundation is key. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I'm big up all the people, in fact, that are doing their jobs as parents, right? You know what I mean? Whether they be man or woman, because we know in this day and age, there's different, you know what I mean? Both men and women are shirking their parental responsibilities. You see what I'm saying to you in various ways, you know? And we're going to kind of speak about that as well. So definitely big up to the ones that are taking care of their responsibilities. You get me? Because you see, one thing we have to remember, yeah, and I think some of these, I don't want to call them new parents or just some current parents. I don't think they remember that being a parent is a sacrifice, you know? Do you know what I mean? And I think there definitely are parents that are trying to both be parents and be that guy or that girl. You understand what I'm saying to you? Still. And I don't think it can work, especially if your children of an age whereby they are impressionable, right? You understand what I'm saying to you? If they're impressionable. Because unfortunately, you know what I mean, we got a lot of parents out there that are doing stuff that their children are picking up upon and then replicating, and then the parent then wonder, well, why my child like that? Why is that happening? Why? Bare whys and all that. But yeah, you're not thinking that the child is looking at you and doing the exact same thing. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So as a parent, it's a sacrifice, man. You can't do what you was doing as a single person or as a person with no children. Yeah, get me? When you have children, you can't do it. And if you are, then you're not being a good parent as far as I'm concerned. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and I think that, you know, we're seeing in some of the society where we got children of parents that ain't fucking parenting, man. You see what I'm saying to you? And it becomes problematic because then the thing is, we're all sending our children into this vacuum called, I don't know, school or college or uni or whatever. You know what I mean? And different people have put different let's say just different petrol into their children, innit? You get me? And sometimes when these different petrols are mixing, it's not working because, yeah, some petrol it's just nasty. You get me? It has no, you get me? I can't even explain it properly, man. But parent your fucking child properly, man. Like, send your children into the world with purpose. At the same time, I know that there's children that do get the right parental guidance and be just like, fuck it. You get me? I'm going this way. I'm going in this lane. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's all, you know what I mean? There is that as well. Don't get me wrong. But nah, man, some parents have to fix up, man. Like, I'll tell you one thing that pisses me off, yeah. And I mean, maybe I'm just becoming an auntie, quote unquote. You understand what I'm saying to you? But for example, yeah, I saw a TikTok the other day, yeah. Now, obviously, you know that there's certain dances going on and certain crazes and all of this, because right now it's all about the formation dance and that, which is cool. Like, I ain't even got no problem with that per se, yeah. But there's this one tune at the moment. It's like I don't even know if they're calling it reggae now, but it's got its own name, yeah. But I can't even remember the lyrics. You get me? But the lyrics are they're not fitting. So basically, the dance, I can't even try to describe the dance in it, but there's one where it goes and like you drink something and you know what I mean? You know the thing pattern right about now, yeah? So you got this young girl who's probably about 17, 18, and she's got her sister to do this particular dance. You see what I'm saying to you? And the little girl, she'd do her thing, and don't get me wrong, the girl, it wasn't sexualized or whatever, so that wasn't even my problem. But it was the lyrics that she's got the girl dancing to, you get me? Because the lyrics are very, very purposeful. You see what I'm saying to you? And unfortunately, a lot of the lyrics in some of this music, what I listen to, it's very, very purposeful. You get me? There's no ambiguity. Do you know what I mean? There's no Because let's not be silly, right? There's always been, well, when I say always, you know what I mean? In quite recent times, you know what I mean? Even before I was fucking born or whatever, if you talk about you know, even 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, there's always been like insinuations, isn't it? Like sexual insinuations, yeah. Like some of the music of old that you would think would, when you listen to it, it just sounds very innocent, whatever. The undertones of it have been very sexual, yeah. So I'm not even saying that, bam, you know what I mean, sexy music or imitating of sexy music is a new thing. I'm not saying that, but now the thing is that there's no room for the imagination. You know what I mean? Man, I bend you over in my Tonya so and then now you've got dances to go with it. You see what I'm saying to you? Which for me, as a big woman, it's okay because I'm a big woman. But when you got the young, I'm like, and now everyone then needs to do a TikTok and it just becomes very long. You know what I mean? And this is, yeah. So the point I was making is that the girl was doing her little dance, but her dance was okay, but the lyrics to the tune was my problem. Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, is she your sister even aware of what she's got you dancing to? And then the people in the comments are like, oh, is she cute? But no one saying, yo, why is the little girl dancing to them? The lyrics there. Do you know what I mean? So I've got a problem with that. I've got big problems with that. It's called tastefully dying since back in the day. Well, exactly. Yeah, and big up yourself, yeah. But exactly, like, why can't we not be tasteful about it no more? Like, what's wrong with that? I don't know. And again, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because, again, coming up as a young girl, I'm sure I danced to many a slack tune and this and that and blah 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 blah. But still, I think there was certain little ambiguity in it. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to the new, the new, and also it was different them days because them days you didn't have social media, this, that, and the other. Them days, say if I'm listening to them kind of music, it was just on the fucking, you know, if you go to a party, because that's not even playing on the radio unless it's like a pirate station, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? Whereas now, it seems like it's become ingrained in certain parts of certain, you know what I mean, cultures, or I don't even use say ingrained in a culture because I don't say that, but just becoming ingrained, and it's going cross countries, cross islands, cross nations. Do you know what I mean? Because who ain't dancing like this in public is definitely doing it in secret type of thing. You know what I mean? But anyway, I digress already. Big up IEL, you get me? Big up yourself, EIE. I've already detoured. But yeah, man, I don't know. It is sort of all part and parcel of what we're speaking about today still. Do you know what I mean? Bigotry of low expectation, you know? And through social media as well, it's just accelerating it. And because people can the problem is that you can make money from it. And this is why it's probably a done deal already, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Probably you can't put the genie back in the bottle because it is now like degeneracy, clout, all of this negative shit is now worth money. We're in a time in 2023 whereby, imagine, family, this is where we are in 2023, acting like an absolute degenerate, acting like a coon. Do you know what I mean? Just acting like a fucking heifer, a hoe. All these kind of negative connotations can make you money. Do you understand? It's very, 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 very problematic for so many different reasons. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because now you have got, let me not even be disrespectful, yeah? But you got people with not very high IQ, not very good social etiquette, not very good, just anything like good to offer society, coming online and doing the most. You get me? And getting traction, and as such getting money. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? It's very problematic for the future, man. And then going back to because I'll tell you something, right? And this one says, what do you think of roster exit awards from LG? What? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the junior, the things outside the bottle already. This is what I'm trying to say, because I've come to the conclusion right now that it's on Earth, right? It's a battle, and it's just a battle between good versus bad, moral versus immoral. Do you know what I mean? As well as all the other little stupid bullshit that they got us fighting about. Do you know what I mean? But there's definitely like a spiritual battle. Do you know what I mean? Which transcends you know um color and creed and culture and all this different type of thing. You know what I'm saying to you? It's just that different cultures will either show it differently or hide it differently. Do you know what I mean? But this is going on in every culture. Yeah. There's no maybe the only places that ain't been affected like that are probably maybe China and fucking North Korea, and you know what I mean, some of them places where you're not getting certain things ain't coming your way. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But any country where you're exposed to this kind of this, I don't even want to call it Western, but just this current degenerate. Yo, family, I swear to God, yeah. You see, I keep saying, you see TikTok. TikTok is a weapon in itself. No one can't tell me nothing. TikTok is a weapon. Yeah, it's a fucking weapon. The kind of mad people that I've seen on TikTok, yeah, it's just like, what the F, man. Like if I weren't able to see these persons on that app, I wouldn't think that these type of people existed in the world. Yeah, I would not think that certain type of people existed in the world if it was not for this thing called, not even just social media, but TikTok in particular. TikTok seems to have its special type of degeneracy. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Yo, my son got a whole new he got a birthday. He got a new phone, yeah? Yeah. And already on it was TikTok. You know, it was fucking loaded on that shit. I'm like, nah. Yeah. I'm like, no. And he was a bit upset, and he probably is that, but I don't want my. He's like, why? And you know, you feel like a bit of a cunt saying, nah, son. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you know. But I gotta hold my guns on this one, man. You know what I mean? Like, TikTok is mad. It's mad. And the thing is, you can earn money from being a dickhead. It's problematic. Really is. And this is what I'm saying now about hashtag bigotry of low expectation, yeah? Because unfortunately, seemingly, unless you're in certain lanes, do you know what I mean, and you've already got certain traction, positivity in these social media streets doesn't necessarily pay. Now, if I could bother to find it, I would. But we've even got and we knew this anyway, but you know, when man them actually start talking out of them, you got Meek Mill in an interview saying at the end of the day, the record companies, yeah, they pay you more, or they just pay you for negative stuff. You get me? When you're talking negative in the lyrics, you get me? They don't want, and we've known this already anyway. You understand what I'm saying to you? But you know, when man them are just like, I don't know if they're breaking out of their programming, or you know what I mean, they just can't manage it no more. You know what I mean? Where you just have to start talking because quite a few of them have, you know what I mean, gone to the pits of hell, as it were, and then want to somehow seek you know what I mean, salvation, to start talking the thing, or the program is breaking. Do you know what I mean? But certainly the record companies pay for you to think it will be negativity. Do you know what I mean? And we've already had this conversation before when we've spoken about when we think that we could highlight where that significant change came in the whole music. You get me? And the frequency, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? But they want chaos. TikTok is madness, keeper. Yeah, thank you or something. I'll tell you, man. So I'm sticking to my guns, bro. Like, you're not going near it. You know what I mean? You're not going near it. Because even as a big woman, sometimes I'm like, this is fucking madness. This is the amount of, it's just mad, man. It's mad. Like I said, if I didn't see these things on these platforms, I would be like, nah, you're lying. You know what I mean? Yeah, and the I swear, yeah, people. Let me ask you a question, yeah. Do you think people are gonna regret in the future what they're currently doing to their bodies now in terms of like tattooing? Oh my gosh, the way in which tattooing is exploding, I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it, man. Do you know what I mean? I can't. And then you just got this this like these man them have to be cancelled. This Louis Vert or Uzi Vert just had some big massive. Apparently, I saw it on a thing today. There's somewhere in America, whatever, whereby you can get this Uzi Vert guy. You know the one, another mad fucking, just a mad just like, I don't know how the hip hop industry is allowing these people, but here we are anyway. But let's all remember though, many years ago, Nas said what? Nas said hip hop is dead. Big up yourself, sis Colony Carter, man. Come on. Nice to see you, girl. Nice to see you. Yo, I'm glad for seeing you because the last time I came to say hello to you, Color Carter, yeah. I tried to follow you onto my man stream to tell you what's up. Yo, I got kicked off again, my girl. May I tell you? Yeah. Got kicked off again, man, when I come to hail you out on the great New Orleans Snipers channel. By the end of it, they kicked me off again to blood clean. I tell you, if I don't get muted, I get kicked off and all sorts. That's why we got hashtag mutegate. But yeah, we'll cover that later. But beg up yourself, sis. Nice to see you, man. Yeah. But yeah, so there was this tattoo artist, and basically you can get this whole tattoo thing done in it. And big up everyone in the chats as well, yeah. I'm not even watching the chat too tough unless I talk up the thing, yeah. But I'll soon come and address you lot. But big up, do the right thing, slap the like button, you know what I mean? If you feel like there might be someone on a Sunday that wants to hear my sultry voice, share the thing, let them know 999's in the building. You know what I mean? And we're there. Sun is out as well, so you know my thing already. Meddling up. But yeah, so apparently there's this tattooist in America where basically you could do his whole back. This person is like little Uli. What's his name? Louis Vert. You know the one I'm talking about. Weird fucker, man. Like just weird. But he done a whole tattoo on his back in a day. And what these tattoo people do is that they basically send you to sleep. Get me? They put you under local anesthetic. They do the tattoo. You understand me? And then when you wake up, you're good. You're good to go. Do you know what I mean? So this is where tattooing is going to now, whereby, I mean, I don't know how usually something like that will take, like a whole piece on your back. I know that's probably quite a few sessions of pain and this and that and this and that. Whereas now, you get me, instantaneously, you know, right now it's all about instantaneous. Yeah, Louis, little Uzi Vert, that big Batio, yes, him from Philadelphia. Imagine Philadelphia, you know, the great Philly. You know what I mean? Producing these weird people, man. I mean, I know there's creativity and expressing yourself and all this stuff, but you know, come on, man. Mind you, living in the Western 23, where you can definitely no, I don't lie. I tell EIE, you're not even. But you see, you say it in jest, but this is because where are we really going with this? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the end goal? Like, where are we? In fact, I know where we're going. Listen, I've been saying it for years. I'm gonna say it again. We are Total Recall is where we're going. Yeah, total fucking. You're gonna have Total Recall in the air and Mad Max on the ground. I'm telling you. Hey. Yeah, Total Recall in the air, Mad Max on the ground. Yo, listen to me. You know what I mean? Even with the whole cyborgs and all that, because I'm seeing people do certain things to their body, to putting horns on their head and fucking taking out their real eyes and inserting. It's just madness. Just madness. Do you know what I mean? I'm not that old. I'm not that young, but I'm not that old, right? But even me, there's certain things I'm like, wow. Just like, wow. The sort of things, and like I said before, the sort of things that many people are now willingly talking about, exposing. Back in the day, you literally have to kill someone to get certain information from them. Literally. Get me? And when I'm talking about bigotry of low expectation, yeah, like you got this gal, I'll soon bring her up, and that's why I'm even trying to get to another part of the show. Like one gal called R Fabulous, you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah, who is a quote unquote influencer. That's what they call him. Yeah, ain't influencing me, but it's definitely her and others influencing other young, well, I don't even just say young ladies, just ladies in general, man. And probably even men as well, because there's some men out here, they're just doing the most. God, Phillips, please, someone tag that you and just say to him, yo, Bedrin, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. Like, why? Why do men need to have false nails? Like, tell me, someone tell me, why are men wearing false nails? Like, what's the necessity? What's the necessity for a man to have a full beard and just look like a man, but then have a full face of makeup? Like, why? I don't understand why. Bro, yeah. You see, I've been saying it for many years, and I'll be saying, yeah, I'm glad that I am not a day younger. You hear me? Not a day younger. I am so glad I was born when I was born, in the time I was born. Not a day younger would I want to be. You get me? I am so appreciative, yeah, of knowing, quote unquote, the old life, because this new one is a whole different beast. Yeah. And it is, man. And I don't even feel sorry for my. You know what? I sound like my mum, because my mum used to say, "Oh, she feels sorry for us, and she's gonna feel sorry for her grand Pitney them." But I'm starting to feel the same weight to rot it, because can we imagine what life's gonna be like in 20 years, 30 years? Like what is going to be going on? See, Bell, big up yourself, Victoria. Good afternoon. See, as Bo Alice is saying, men be paying more. This is more than us women to have their nails done. Men walking around with £80 sets of acrylic. Why? What? Do you know what? Yeah, because I know Ultra's in the chat. Yeah, so Ultra's always been a man to have a. I think he has pedicures and manicures. You get me? I've got no problem with that. Keeping your nails and your feet to a standard. I can do. But the whole acrylic set. Oh, no. It's too much, man. It's too much. But I don't even, because now you can't even get me if you say, then, you know what I mean, blah, blah, blah. But I'm glad that I'm born in the time that I was born. I swear. It weren't perfect, and there was still a lot of shit to contend with, yeah. But, no, sir. I see a video where, like, the woman has got to be like telling them a trans person, no, you can't come in here. My daughter's using this toilet. Like, wherever you go. And the thing is, this person was 100%, like, you can blatantly see he's a dude in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, blatantly. Yo, you know, Primark's got I went in Primark yesterday, and they've got, what do they call it? It wasn't unisex. They've got a set of changing rooms where both men and women can go. But they had a name for it. I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, man. So we can see where we're going, man. It's boy, family. I don't know, man. But some will say it's prophecy. Some will say it's written in the stars. To be fair though, a long time we hear about them something here, man. To be real. So I'm not, like I said, we're blessed in that we're seeing certain things come to fruition. Do you know what I mean? Where when I was coming up, it was being sort of touted that, boy, this is what they've got planned and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And many would have been called conspiracy theorists and this and that. Meanwhile, a lot of people died along the way, revealing certain information, which right about now again is manifesting to be true. Do you know what I mean? So, yo, it's a mad time, family. It's a mad time. It's a mad time, man. It's a mad time. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, we're gonna have our micro problems in terms of things that will affect us individually or as a community and blah, 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 as a race and all that, definitely. But then we got the macro thing, which that everyone's been affected by. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone, like no one ain't free from certain things that they've got coming. You know, it's serious. It's frightening, man. It's frightening, man. It's frightening. You get me? And again, I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer or a 90 Downer or whatever, but you can't. You know what it is as well? Because, like I said, when I was coming up, certain things that we're seeing now were said they were called conspiracy theories, man. I'm telling you, family, there's a video called Millennium 2000. I can't even play it because it's copyright. But if you ever find that video with I always get the names wrong, but it's Robert Maxwell, something Wilder, and someone else, and they were talking about the things that they're putting into place. And all of these things, they're happening today, all the AMPR system whereby they'll be able to track you through your license plate and the thing there with the money, and that there's going to be a cashless, and this was all pre-2000, you hear me? Yeah, and I'm saying a lot of whistleblowers have died along the way, man. You know? But anyway, I've already digressed. Fuck's sake. Hold on, family. Hold on. But yeah, the sun's out, man. So that's always a beautiful thing. Big up the great Paul. You know what I mean? Number nice over 40s that see clearly, and we have time around to turn it around. Nah, there's no turning it around, Victoria, to be honest. I don't think it can be turned around. That's what I'm saying. I think the genie's it's out the bottle, and I don't think it can be plugged again. Oh, yo, where have you been, mate? All right, good to see you, man. Good to see you. I hope you're in the family well, man. All right, I was gonna be asking where you're there. You know what I mean? But Victoria, let me go back to your Victoria saying no, it's over 40 that see it clearly, and we have time in our lives to turn it around. Nah, I don't think there's no turning it around, to be honest. And again, that probably sounds pessimistic, but I don't think, to be honest, I've always said that a realist is a pessimist anyway. I've been saying that since I was in my teens, but a realist is a pessimist. The reason why I don't think that there's time to turn it around, right? Because you see, and that's what I'm saying before. I think there's there's a battle in it. You know what I mean? To say good against evil just sounds a bit, you know what I mean, clumsy and whatever. But there's a battle of spirits. There's a battle of minds. There's a battle of wills. There's a definite battle. You know what I'm saying to you? And I'm saying that this is happening in all communities everywhere. You get me? That just some will be better at hiding it than the others. Some will be better at it than managing it than the others. Yeah. And then I'm saying that there may be exceptions because places might, but there's still battles in China. Yeah, I mean, although they ain't getting certain information, there's still big battles over there. It's just that we don't get to hear about it, and they keep their thing, you know what I mean, well undercover, this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying to you? But there's enough free Chinese, you get me, outside of China to be able to tell the ones inside China what I want outside. You know they're ones already. We know what I want. You get me? But it's just, I think there's just a battle. You know what I mean? Because, for example, and I don't even think it's age sensitive no more, Victoria. That's the next thing I'm saying. I don't even think it's age sensitive no more because they are grown up people that I think should know better. You get me? That are still doing fuck shit, man. You get me? That were born in a time where there was a moral compass. You know what I mean? They may have even come up in the church, and like many of us did. You get me? Where our foundation was laid. Blah 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 blah. But in today, 2023, they're just on a madness. They're just doing mad shit, man. And let me also say this. Let me take the opportunity to say this. You get me? Because my name is Feminist9 lately. I'm not sure if you noticed or not, but I have to also sort of not. I don't know if it's making an apology, but at least accept certain things here. Like, not all women are like women at the moment. They're not perfect in it, and maybe many women are a long way from perfect. Yeah, many. Oh, blood clean. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah, but in the future as well, and when winter starts drawing more, as women, we're gonna have to have some conversations as well. Still, you get me? Because some of us are out here just moving mad, and I think because me and my people them don't move mad. Yeah, I'll probably say certain things where some of the men them are like, "Nines, you're talking shit in it." You get me? So I have to accept that not all women are like me and my kind of people them in it. Like, there are a lot of degenerate women out there, and unfortunately it looks like a lot of the man them or the ones that I come into contact with online, maybe they're amongst them type of woman there. You see what I'm saying to you? So when I'm coming with my type of vibrations, which is probably completely opposite to the type of woman them that they're used to, you get me? So I need to maybe have more thinking like that when I talk certain things in it. Because maybe some of the man them just think, yo, you just sound like you're talking more bombastic right now. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I have to accept that still, because even me, I've got two gal in my description right now who they're nothing like me. They don't represent nothing what me represent, except get me. We might have a similar country of origin and that. You know what I mean? But yeah, because even some of them it's just and. Again, like I'm saying, this is worldwide, man. You know what I mean? We got girls on the continent wilding out. Oh. But yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. I think the genie's out of the bottle. And I think because the problem we have is people can make money, and people can make money out of degeneracy. And that is a massive problem. On both for both the males and the females. You know what I mean? Everyone's acting out. It's just a fucking shame. That's why I wish that they would stop. Oh my God, what on there? Is that Sexy Lion? Shit. Hello?
Hello? Good afternoon.
Sexy Lion! Jeez! Big up yourself, Larry, man.
Yeah, pleasure to hear from you.
Bring the family back. Bring us back together. Yeah, welcome, man. Gosh, it's been a hot minute, sir.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I just came on just to say hi. I hadn't spoken to you in a long time. What, 12 months?
No, well, I appreciate it, bro. I definitely appreciate hearing your voice, man. How are you?
I'm fine, surviving. There have been a lot of political things happening. You probably know.
Indeed.
That have been going on, from cosmetics protesting to pro-Palestinian protesting to immigration protesting. There's so much. I find myself on TikTok a lot as well. There's so much going on TikTok. I never used to use TikTok. And I think you were talking about something you'd seen on TikTok, which you weren't too happy about.
No, well, I mean, the thing is, let me first say that, not to sound like an idiot. There's always going to be positive aspects of social media in it. Do you know what I mean? So let me lay that out. But I'm just saying, Larry, that the negative ones for me far outweigh the positive ones. And you know what it is, Larry? Because we're grown, it's not too bad. It's more the young people that I think about. You get me? With regards to these sorts of things. Do you know what I mean? Because they're definitely young, they're definitely impressionable. And if there wasn't a link between, like, quote unquote influencers and their audience, then people would be spending their money to get them to do and advertise certain things, Larry. Do you know what I mean? So let's not be silly in terms of the power or the, you know what I mean, whatever the right word is that they have, you know?
Yeah, they do have power. And they are influential. I can't argue against that. That is true. Is there anyone that gets to you? Because you mentioned Louis Vert. I think that rapper. Is it the rapper?
Right. So, I mean, yeah, big up yourself. Oh, how you doing? Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Now, this Louis Vert, there's so much I can say about him, Larry, that I think is wrong. You get me? Like, one, he don't represent hip hop to me. Like, hip hop is dead, in it. Hip hop died many years ago, because if he can be considered a hip hop artist, that's not the hip hop that I came up with. Do you know what I mean? That's not the hip hop that I ascribe to. Yeah,
Sure.
He wears very flouty. Do you know what I mean? It's just not.
Yeah.
Why must your outfit have more feathers than mine? Like, if you're gonna wear all of them feathers, what must I wear? If you're gonna perm your hair like that, what must I do? Like, if you're out womaning women, like, what the fuck are women supposed to do? What are we doing?
You probably don't like, what's the other guy? 6'9".
6'9" Tasaki. Yeah. 6'9" Tasaki. All them Boule states rappers, all that Boule thing. Listen, Bobby Hemme exposed that long time ago. Like, he did a really good job at that. I've watching some things that he did. Same with Duke Tears as well, in terms of the stuff that's going on in the States. That thing's been since like I came up in the kind of 90s era when you had like Public Enemy, Stroke, NWA. I saw the change come from like the conscious stuff with obviously African Bambaataa and stuff like that. And it kind of, when they decided, the record companies, and you mentioned this earlier, and this is something that Wiley talked about, and he got told off for talking about it. There's certain people that are controlling those industries, that basically we know that those people want to effeminize the men. So that whole thing, like with Morehouse and stuff like that, all that thing got exposed long time. So now I'm gonna have to agree with the rapping, with all that kind of hip hop scene. That's all. They're all deliberately effeminizing the men, and then turning the women into bitches and the whores and all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff. That's the Ashkenazi, let's put it that way. They set all that in motion. So that thing's been kind of going on since the 90s. So what we're seeing now is the culmination of that. So I have to agree with you. That's deliberately been done on purpose.
The only difference is, I would say, it was self-inflicted. Black people were doing it to themselves. It wasn't necessarily the tribe that was doing it to the black people. Black people, because nobody forced NWA to write a song called "A Bitch Is a Bitch." Nobody forced Jay-Z to do a song called 99 Problems and a Bitch Ain't One. Nobody forced any of them to use the N-word. And when there were black people who protested against what they were doing in the 90s, like C. Dolores Tucker, she was called a sellout, and she was abused by Tupac and a whole bunch of other rappers. But she's been proven to be right. She's dead now.
Yeah, exactly.
It was self-inflicted. Blacks did it to themselves. And then people paid for that stuff. Black people paid for that stuff. I was guilty when I was a teenager. I listened to NWA, then I stopped because I thought, no, this doesn't sound like Dougie Fresh. So I stopped.
I agree. But I think it's a bit of both as well.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because the record company had some influence. There's definitely a bit of both, because it's because the ones that were doing the conscious rap, like the Public Enemy, there was those guys actually were doing the stuff that was meant to be put out there, but then they countered it. You see what I mean? The record companies countered it. So it was a combination of both. But that's been proven that there's certain people within the recording industry, particularly Ashkenazis, who made sure that aspect of it, the gangster side of it, they was promoting that, and they said they were only going to promote the artists that were promoting that side of it. Hence why they got all the best recording deals. You know, Suge Knight spoke about this heavily. You get me? And look what happened with him.
Because Ice Cube used to complain about the manager at NWA. He was complaining about him. Yeah, I remember.
The same thing with Eazy-E. The same thing with Eazy-E, though. That's why they all fell out, because they knew what was going on, and ultimately, like you just said, the management was saying, "Look, this is the way we want you to go with it." You get me? So that's why those got the best recording deals at the end of the day. That's why it happened. You get me? So there was the opposite side to it, with obviously with Public Enemy, but at the same time there was promoting the other stuff, and ultimately they knew which way they were going to take it.
But all that, the funny thing is, we talk about that stuff. To me, it's funny. Back then, it was a big deal. But when you fast forward to the 21st century, all that stuff is tame compared to you talk about Lil Uzi Vert, you talk about 6ix9ine, you go to drill, Chicago drill, you go to UK drill. All that stuff makes the stuff we're talking about just seem.
Yeah, but it's about opening the door. It's about setting the precedent, because you see, it was done so subtly, it could be argued, but the impact is so big.
Correct.
You get me? Because like we're saying, we were youths coming up in it, and like I always give the sort of analogy whereby 1 year my mate Madu, big up yourself, Madu, you get me, went carnival. Them times, you know, you used to go carnival religiously. Anyway, 1 year went carnival wearing a Public Enemy t-shirt. You get me? Fight the Power, or whichever one it takes. Whichever t-shirt he had on. You get me? The next year, the same you had on a t-shirt, NWA, fuck the police.
Yeah. You could see the influence who were coming in. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because
and that was in a year.
Exactly. That night, that from that 1990 stroke 1991, you saw this. There was a big shift. Like if you look at the shift that happened, and you could see that there was certain promotion of certain things, and they wanted that to happen, and they was only going to promote that side of it, and the recording companies made sure.
And as well, sorry to cut you, O.
No, you're fine.
We also have to add propaganda to this. This is why I keep talking to my people about propaganda, because it could be argued, when NWA done fuck the police, it was with good reason, because they were getting hassled in their hometown, blah blah blah, and all that.
And look what happened with Rodney King as well, exactly, and that's why Public Enemy did the stuff that they were doing as well. If you see that transition, that's what I'm saying. Because if you look at the police with what happened with Rodney King and all that kind of stuff, that was all like the early 90s. You get me? So all that kind of stuff was all kicking off at the same time. So as you've got Public Enemy telling everybody to fight the government and all this stuff, and quite rightly so. Same with what the MWA was doing, but ultimately they turned it the other way around. So I'd have to agree with you there.
Exactly, you get me? Because when now we're receiving it now, you get me, in countries where that is not going on necessarily, right? And I'll give the thing in England, So in England, there were certain things going on, but it was nowhere near like what was going on in America, right? In terms of race relations, or do you know what I mean? Yeah, but then the youth then picked up that vibe, let's call it. Yeah, another example that I give for this one is that all of a sudden the man them are driving and you can't see no one because everyone's leaned to. You remember where everyone started leaning to the blood cleat when they were driving? Do you not remember that?
Yeah. The seat was back, so you can't even see the belly, see the front wheel. Yeah. What kind of it's the same thing with the pulling the pants down their asses. It's the same kind of that inherited culture. Where they're sitting leaning back in the car, you can't see out. How are you supposed to see out past the steering wheel where your seat's all the way back? And it was like, this is the cool thing to do. And I'm thinking, you look like a dickhead, fam.
Right, exactly. Do you know what I mean? So again, I'm using that example to say, oh my gosh.
And that's supposed to be black culture. That's meant to be black culture.
Well, indeed. And we're going to go into that. 1 second, gentlemen. Manners. Sis Carter, man. I brought you on and I even said howdy to Blood Cleat. What are you saying, sis? All right, she'll be back. But big up yourself anyway, sis. I know you're doing something. But yeah, gentlemen, man, this is what I'm saying. So then here we are today, right? Where, like you're saying, innit? Like Sexy Line is saying, in comparison, what they're doing today is just, and I agree with that, man. But it started way down there. Because do you lot remember the 2 Live crew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pop that. That.
Right. Yeah. So they really introduced this whole. There she comes.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Nines. Sorry, my mic was disconnected. Big up. I was just listening to the conversation. You know, when big people are chatting, I'm just listening. I'm taking notes, so I'm not trying to interrupt. That's why I didn't say big up when I first joined. But yeah, man.
All right, well, manners anyway. Big up yourself, man. Cause more time you're supposed to get a good afternoon. But yeah, man.
Okay.
And we've got Brother O and Brother O'Leary on the panel, and this is Sis Carter, gentlemen.
Okay, greetings, everyone. I think I've met O'Leary on a different panel, but it's been over a year since I've seen him. So yeah, manners anyway.
All right, afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that feminine energy.
Don't get it twisted. When I get up in my feelings, I might cuss too bad word, but I'm trying to stay in a positive energy as much as I can. It just depends on who you talk to sometimes, you know. But yes, the conversation's good though.
So Carter, in fact, as you're here, because it's even tied into today. You've heard of R Fab, have you? Miss R Fabulous, have you heard of her?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your view on her then? Because what's your view on her?
I must admit, I haven't watched her and I haven't seen anything about her in pretty much since last year. But what kind of got me
For
is,
real?
yeah, I don't keep, you know what, Nines? I'm very selective on people that I really give like energy to. A lot of things like
I
that
don't
is
like
Good
to see that
sister.
from
escapism
you.
for me. It's more of a like, oh, it's like love and hip hop and all of that. I don't really, it's not my, I don't follow these people, but I definitely see it on my YouTube and stuff. So when I first started seeing her videos, it was like story times. Listen, if people want to tell their business and their little story times, that's fine. But obviously, social media and Instagram comes in now. And I feel like she, personally, I felt like she got, it kind of went overboard. You know, she ended up going to get a BBL and all of these type of things, and then she got into beef with men and artists and all of that. But overall, it was when I seen the mom. I don't know if you've seen a few videos that she's done with the mother, and it kind of clicked in my head like, okay, it kind of makes sense as why maybe she has certain behaviors, because
Right.
even though I can relate to a lot of things that she may have been speaking about in her story times, when it came to how she handled the social media and her image, quote unquote, I couldn't. It was like hard to even listen sometimes, because it's like, babes, you was in a place where you could have really elevated, but instead you get caught up with all of this stuff, and then it's like it's a repeat. It's not even just a one-time thing. It's like literally a repeat thing, and it goes back to what you're saying about how social media and making money on social media is too easy for degenerates, in a sense. I'm not calling her necessarily one, but I'm just saying it's too easy for people to make money off drama, and that's why
Yeah.
everybody is doing it, because it's a lot of views. So like I said, when I seen the mom and everything joining in now, I'm like, rotted, like, you people, you know what I mean? I can't judge everybody and everything, but it was just like the mom is no better, in a sense
Yeah.
of
So you see what you just stick a pin right there, Carl, yeah, because you just said something there whereby
Inherited behavior.
I was having a conversation somewhere else, which it to be honest, it actually did sadden me. You get me by the end of this conversation, yeah. So you know where you just said, you know what I mean, that we shouldn't judge, right? Yeah. So I'm saying now in 2023 that I think that that's actually one of the problems. You get me?
it's
That we're going
I,
to a situation whereby no one ain't judging no one on nothing.
no,
Apparently,
it's the definition of judging, because ultimately everything we see, there's always a reaction. And a lot of people confuse reaction with judgment. I I maybe should twist my words to say I
no,
don't
I'm
react
not
as
wanting you
much.
to. I think we should be judging, Carter.
Yeah,
You get me?
that's what
I
I'm
think
coming to.
we're
Yeah.
going against judging to now everyone can just do what the fuck they want and no one ain't saying shit.
There's no accountability. I agree with you, Nance. This is
Exactly.
about the problem. That's part of the problem. If you're not going to check genital behavior, then obviously if it's going to be encouraged, it's going to continue. So unless people, every course has
Exactly.
an effect. You can't get out of the principle. So therefore, it's not about judging, but it's about observing something and saying, "Hang on a minute, this is clearly degenerate behavior," and being open about it doesn't necessarily mean you're being necessarily criticizing. You're just being honest
Okay.
about and making
Yes.
an honest observation. And by saying that, you don't have to judge people, but you're making an honest
Yeah.
observation about a situation which you're seeing, and that's true. And people are sat there
Mm-hmm.
kicking
I
and
agree.
screaming about it and mourning over it, saying, "Oh, you can't say this, you can't say that." But at the end of the day, if somebody's being degenerate, it's degenerate behavior. So lack of accountability is where the problem is, and so therefore you have to hold it up and keep yourself real. Regardless, I'd rather you be honest about it and just speak your mind and be as it is. If people don't agree with you, you don't care. Just be honest about it, because at the end of the
Yeah.
day, we
Mm-hmm.
don't have, if they don't have any accountability, it's gonna then all you're gonna continue to see is degenerate behavior. So we have to hold ourselves accountable. You get me, somewhere or the
Yes.
other.
Somebody said the other day as well that we got to shame this type of behavior. So
Thank
I
you.
definitely agree. I was just saying in the context of like, oh, you know, when you first see something, you kind of react to it, and you know, that's some people might say that's judgment, but like you just said, no, just because you see something and you you know, you might feel a type of way, don't be scared to say your opinion because you think people might judge you for saying your opinion. So I
Like, this is
definitely
what I'm
agree. I
saying now,
feel
sis.
like
Yeah, this
it's
is
the
sorry to
people.
cut in. Go
No,
on,
go
man.
on.
My bad. Go on, girl.
No, I was just gonna say the people that are shaming. It's like nice. You kind of said it. It was subtle, but then it became an effect. And I feel like the people that hold the majority in certain judgments, it doesn't. There's no effect. Like unless it's collective, it's almost pointless because me putting my comment or saying, "Oh, your behavior is disgusting" on social media, it holds no weight. But do you know what I mean? If I'm around the people and I can make some type of impact, that's great. But at the end of the day, it's people, you know, and I'm not gonna draw out my energy every time to be shaming someone. I'd rather collect, you know, type of a certain amount of information and come do a video or something. But that's the most that I can do. But I feel like there's people in powers, like i.e. the music industries or people that pay these people to promote their brands, the advertisers, like they're not holding these people accountable. You know, they're not judging them, they're not doing it. So as much as we can go on someone's page and scream everything, we're just adding to the algorithm. So it has to be more of a physical thing as well, instead of just being on the internet, you know. And that's where it gets hard for me personally anyway. But I definitely agree, you know.
I agree with you, sister. I definitely agree there. This is the problem with everything under what's called with Sister Trey KB, everything under commercialization. The 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 standard for getting the best deals. This is what we're recording. Going back to what me and Nigel were saying, the recording companies, they're setting it up so that they're promoting and commercializing the degenerate behavior. So if somebody's doing things that's more like uplifting, like you said, sister, like doing things that are more about helping uplift people, that kind of thing is not going to get funded. It's not going to get the promotion. It's not going to get the support. Whereas the degenerate behavior and the commercializing of that, that's what those in power that you just referred to, sister, those in power, that's what they're pushing and that's what they want. So therefore, like you said, the ones who are doing this are doing it deliberately, and they're not holding nobody accountable. They're just thinking, as far as we're concerned, it's a business, and we want to promote the degeneracy, and that's the truth. You get me? Those who can do something about it have no intention of doing something about it because they want the chaos, because they're feeding and making profit off that chaos. That's why it's going to continue. I agree with you, sister.
So then the next thing is, let me ask you a question then, because now we've got we're in a situation where people can make their music independently, right? Where they don't need the machine, as it were. Yeah. So now my question to you is, I'm asking because I don't know, innit? Are the more independent ones, are they making more uplifting quote unquote music, or are they staying in that same negative lane but just doing it independently?
Now that's what I found interesting. That's a great. I think you've got a combination of both, because I think the influence is, you've got a combination. You've got some independents who kind of like know that they've got an operation where they've got to make money, so they're still promoting some of the chaos. But you'll have some people who's like, forget that. I want to kind of do my own thing, set up my own thing, and you can do that. The issue with that is you can have as much of your independence as you want, and that's fine. The issue is when it comes to commercialization. The issue is with the commercial side of it is distribution and the ability to market, and that costs funds. This is where the issue is. It's your ability to promote yourself and distribute. So you can have all the best will in the world, but if you don't have the ability to have the network and have the ability to get the connections to be able to distribute, you've got everything there that you need, but nobody knows where you are. So the advantage of the bigger corporations is, and I'm putting it generously, is they've got their marketing, they've got the networking, and they've got the funds to be able to promote it. That's the biggest difference.
Can I just point out as well, that's 100% true, but there's also this thing that's creeping in with social media. Like, you literally just need an Instagram, and once you start behaving a certain way, quote unquote ghetto or silly or whatever, trolling, that's all you need.
Yeah.
You don't even need big companies anymore. That's how a lot of these people started. It's literally from Instagram and YouTube, and then the big companies find them at their most vulnerable. And that doesn't excuse you not making the right choices for your community and for yourself. But then money comes into it, and then that kind of tips the barrel. But I definitely think that the being able to literally be in like Instagram famous and YouTube famous is taking over mainstream. So these people, then, you know, they're smart. They're going to start taking over social media, and that's what's happening. So like literally anyone can become famous for literally the smallest things. Like I've seen this.
Yeah, they're going viral. Yeah, they're going viral for it. Yeah.
It. And you know, this little girl, she was saying period R and period and all of this stuff. And the girl was viral. And then there was an article talking about how she was scouted for all these people to come and approach her for to make another song, all because she came on the internet trolling, doing some weird stuff. Sorry, she's a white girl talking about period R, period. You know, I don't know if you heard about that story, and it just made me think, yeah, you don't even need like a big, what's it called, production or label. You just literally need the internet sometimes, and then from there they'll pick you up. And Nines, you made a good point about the Little Nas. No, what was his name?
Uzi Vert.
Uzi Vert, that's it. Like that being hip hop now, and a lot of people that don't come from maybe the hip hop community, quote unquote, now look at that type of music and say, oh, that's hip hop. And then you're now hearing it on radio as hip hop. And
although Young Caribbean corrected me and said it's not hip hop, he said it's Southern rap.
You can say that
all these genres.
But generally, if you ask any other person that's maybe not as conscious as others, or just a general person on the street, they would
like myself
say it's hip hop. Yeah, they're not going to say it's pop music. They're not really going to say, oh, it's Southern. No, they just know it's hip hop. And that's he's literally proving my point that people, they generalize that type of music, even though me and you don't see it as hip hop. I feel like there's a whole other genre of music.
There's genres, yeah.
Yeah, it's
they're making genre as it goes along at the moment. I agree with this. Lots of genres they're making up as they go along. They're creating new genres as we go along. Like I say, everyone's going viral, and it's like they've got their own little niche. But all that's been hoovered up. So I agree with you, sister. But keep going. I agree.
No, it's true. It's basically that, and yeah, the drill music and all of that, and this whole demon time, and it's a whole other genre. Because me personally,
what is demon time? What is that?
I don't even know, Nines. I really don't even know. Honestly, I don't even research them things. I hear it in music, and I've heard songs that I've listened to, and I've heard it in there, and I'm vexed with myself because I like the song, and then you hear that, and it's like, fuck, you know. And
are you post 30, Carter? Are you post 30?
I was just about to say, Nines. I was born in '98, and I'm hearing the things that you guys are saying, even though you are older than me, respectfully. I feel like I can relate.
You know, I'm here on my fingers, yeah.
That's close. But you know, like you said, there's a shift that can happen within a year. So I'm feeling like me growing up in the 2000s, and now I wouldn't even classify that music as hip hop. So I can definitely relate with, for me, that being a different genre. It's not relatable, but when people listen to that music, they relate it to the Black community, and unfortunately, it's a big stereotype. So
yeah, they generalize it. That's the thing. They generalize it. I agree with you. They generalize it. Then because they associate all with so-called Black culture, they stick it all in. They just stick it all in. So it's a way to. This is one thing. One thing about the industries, no matter which industry it's in, we do not. And this is one thing I'll say to build up. We as a people do not control our image and our culture. That's the biggest problem. So because some other controls are controlling that, when people are generalizing it, they can just slap it all together and just throw it all in and say that's Black culture, because we don't control our own image. That's the biggest thing. So therefore, although people are exploiting it and using it and going about doing what they want to do with it, because we don't control our own image, we don't have no control, I'll say, over it, people can generalize and say it's as they want. And that's the part of the problem, is that we don't have no control in it.
But to those in the past that have tried to do that, what's happened to them?
They've been taken out in most circumstances. But they've got, but and I agree with you. But at the end of the day, we still got collectively. We still got individually. We're going to have to hold ourselves accountable to do our own things individually. But collectively, as a people, we're going to have to start pulling weight, because otherwise, like the lady's saying, they'll just generalize it. I have to agree with the lady. What the lady said. So
that's why I think that we can't. I think Victoria asked, you know what I mean, can't the over 40s or something do, you know what I mean, basically do something to help with, but I think the genie's out the bottle, innit? I don't think there's no returning, man. I don't think there is, man. I don't think. And I say that with a heavy heart, you get me? But I just, like I said, I'm glad I was born when I was born. I'm even glad I had my youth when I had my youth, because trust me, yeah, another 10 years, yo, the children that's going to be walking on, the children getting into the reception, they ain't even dropped out of pussy. They ain't even dropped out of a woman. You understand me? They may have dropped out of a whole man. You hear me?
I was just about to say, Nines. You make a good point when it comes to the with the LGBT thing that's going on, and it goes back to the hip hop thing, because even now, one of quote unquote the greatest hip hop artists, rap artist, Drake, is now promoting this whole feminine thing. And I noticed this back in like 012,
how come no one ain't banning out this man for having rollers in his hair? What's going on?
Okay. Told you, that's what I say. The industry is controlled. This is what I keep saying, and it's certain people. Wiley, and what happened to Wiley when he mentioned it? There's certain people who are deliberately promoting the degeneracy. And if anybody talks about us who are promoting this on purpose to denigrate as people, because the one is at the bottom of society, that's part of the problem. What happens to them? They get shouted down and they get taken out. And this is what Nigel just been saying. And this has been consistent.
Man like what Boozy. Has Boozy said nothing about Drake and his curlers?
None of them will, because they've all got recording contracts or some sort of contract where they know where they're sat in the country. See, people need to understand what recording contracts are. And at the end of the day, if you read the contract, there's certain things that they put in there to make sure that everybody's kept in line. No, and they're feminizing the men. They're feminizing the men. That's part of the problem. That's part of this LGBT stuff. They're feminizing men on purpose. They want chaos. Keep going, Nigel. You're absolutely spot on.
And he ain't the only one. I've seen other man them in. The thing is though, once again, I got to keep it a little bit real. No, because we know that in the past, men have had very macho men have had feminine hairstyles that may have needed rollers and setters, But they weren't coming out in public with them, you know what I mean? Because man like Rage, them man they back in the day that used to perm their hair and this and that. If you know the process of perming, they would have had to have rollers in their hair at some point. Do you know what I mean? Especially the Jerry curls and whatever. But having it as a style in 2023, and it's a lot, man. It's just like if I see any youth in my area rolling around with fucking rollers in their hair, it's gonna get political. You might see 9E in the metro, just in a fucking line.
What are your views on the bonnet?
Because take mine off. You just take mine off, boy. I just took mine off, put it to the side. Can you hear it?
I'm not even talking about women wearing it. I've seen TikTok videos where guys have got the bonnet on their head.
The feminizing men. Keep going.
Oh, you know what? Sorry to cut you. You know what I've seen as well, and we mentioned this on another panel. There was a black. I don't like to just put black in front of everything, but for the sake of our community, because we can all somewhat relate. On the panel, this girl, she was making videos, right? And she did one video of her putting makeup on her boyfriend. And we was looking at the page and I said, out of all of her videos, she was getting maybe 100K views, which is brilliant. Like, that's a good number. But the one that she did with her boyfriend got like 5.7 million views. And then afterwards, she did like another video, but it wasn't as intense as the first. And I said, it's us women as well. Like, we are not standing up as much as we should in certain areas physically, and actually go into like school meetings and, you know, little things like that. Because how is, you know, us women, we're promoting it as well. We're promoting this type of LGBT lifestyle, but claiming that we are straight in a sense. And we've got boyfriends, but for the sake of content, you're putting makeup on him and he's accepting it as a male. Like, I'm not to disrespect no one. Some people can see it as like, oh, it's a fun little video. But honestly, when it comes to social media, you're monetized. You know when people are doing things for money. And then that's what I was saying to you. It's not shocking that these people are doing this, because the moment money comes into it and people put aside, their values, it's everything's just thrown out of the window because of money. And that's what has been promoted. Oh, if you make money, all these young girls by the age of 20, you better have your own house, your own car, you better be a boss. Oh, how come you're not running a business? Oh, I got a lip gloss business. I make a bossy. And it's like, that is a goal, don't get me wrong, but the way it's being pushed, as if like, if you're not in that category at that age, you know, you don't have
you're a failure. Yeah, you're a failure. And all this. Yeah, it's chaos. Yeah,
it's so hard when you literally have substance and ethics to be in a business where it doesn't matter, nobody cares, it's about money, period. Do you know what I mean? It's very hard to be actually intentional unless you're at a certain level financially. Then you may have a certain freedom, you know, to do things, but there's always going to be some intention behind it, and unless it's literally purely for your community, it seems hard to trust anyone. So us as women, I'm just saying, in the Black community, we need to definitely stand up and not allow even those little subtle things to become the majority. Like, you can't be doing things like that and then promoting yourself as a straight person, and it's confusing. And then, you know, young people are watching those videos.
That's what I agree with you, because that's what part of the chaos. This is what they want. And keep in mind, we're feminizing men, and then look at the agenda with the feminist agenda, where they're getting more women to be more butch and be more like men. It's the same thing like you're saying with the LGBT thing, and they're getting more women to behave like boss babes and be more like men, and then they try to turn men into women. That's chaos. They want this. That's part of the propaganda. That's chaos. They want chaos. So they're going to feminize men, and then they're going to turn the women into men and women to women. That's chaos. They're blurring the gender issue, the law agenda. They're doing that deliberately. And there's a sinister element of, and I'm not saying it on Nine's panel because I'm not compromising the panel, but there's an agenda behind that in terms of how it's going to affect children, and that's as far as I'm going. I'm not going any further than that. You know what I mean by that, Nine, because I know you're clever enough to that, but I'm not cutting up your panel like that. But you can see the bigger agenda being played out.
Man, because like I said, right, I'm old enough. Good afternoon, Randy. Welcome.
Big up, Nines. How are we doing this beautiful Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, the sun's out, so you know my team, melanin up. Yeah. But let me just quickly finish what I'm saying before I forget. See, I've already forgotten now. Yeah.
We're on about. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, say it again, because.
Yeah, we're on about the LGBT agenda and the men going into men and women into women. That's what I was mentioning. He was saying something around that, and the agenda with the young people as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I was saying before even is that I'm old enough, yeah, and I'm sure Randy's probably old enough as well, yeah, in his little corners and whatever, to remember when certain things were seen as conspiracy theories in terms of these things, yeah. I always go back to the 80s when Carl Lewis done an advert for Pirelli tires. You get me? Yeah. This was the fastest man on the earth at that time, innit? So very masculine. You get me? Because 100 meters them days, proper boss things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This was after was it the Los Angeles Olympics? Who had the Olympics in the 80s in America?
It was this too. Los Angeles was in 84 and Seoul was 88. Carl Lewis was, I think he was champion in 84, I think.
Right.
It 100 meters, yeah.
Exactly. Them time there. Because you get me? Young. The point being, I remember an advert. He was in the get set position, yeah. You know when they're like on your marks, get set, so you're down, you're crouched and whatever. But he had on red stilettos, bedroom.
What?
You get
there
me?
You go.
Really?
Red stilettos.
Hold on.
I didn't know
that. That was in the 80s.
What's the brother's name, Nine? Sorry to cut you. What's the brother's name?
Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis.
Famous. It was famous in the 80s, as Nainifa correctly stated, fastest man on the planet. He was a big hero for the black community.
984.
So I'm just saying.
And he was a long jumper as well. He did the long jump in the letters as well. He did both. He was quite. I've looked into him quite a lot because he was one of the most vocal athletes because he was saying that back in the day, obviously, how they get lots of money, you saying, but they'll get. But back in those days, they was complaining that athletes used to hardly make any money, so used to get paid to go to all the ground and stuff like that. But the athletic community was making bare cash, like all the big guns. But the athletes weren't making enough money, and he was one of the first to kick and stink about athletes being treated as professionals. Like he used to complain about it because he was flying him all over the world. All these stadiums were all full up. Everybody's paying big money to get in, and I'm hardly getting any money for it. So he was kicking off about it. So he was quite controversial back in the day as well.
Yeah,
I'm just seeing the photos going. Wow. Why?
Are they still there, the photos? Oh, you see it?
Yeah,
there?
It's on Google.
Yeah, and that was in the 80s. You get me?
Cullum on it, isn't it, with the research.
So
yeah,
I'm just saying that to say that this has been a slow. Listen, you see. Listen to me, yeah. I was just say we are up against a very, very oiled machine.
Yeah.
Get me? Remember, these people think when we're thinking about tomorrow and next week, some of us are lucky we're thinking about next year. They're thinking 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50 years ahead.
100 years. They've been plotting for years, fam. Yeah, that's exactly.
Man.
They've been plotting for a long time, fam.
Listen. Yeah, and if it can't be, remember, they play the odds as well. Yeah, because whichever way they're not losing. Hey,
both sides to the middle. Yeah, Hegelian dialectic. Hegelian dialectic. Yeah, both sides to the middle. Back both horses, and then whatever the outcome is, we'll make sure we benefit from it. Period.
Trust me, man. They're not losing. Yeah. But again, I divert. But yeah, man, I'm even just mentioning Carl just to show you a long time said this whole, effeminization of go on. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure we can give things on the opposite in terms of the masculinization of women, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? And again, in such a small amount of time, because like I was saying to my son, one of my GCSEs was typing. You understand me? Typing.
That's an
Pittman's fucking RSA typing. That was one of my GCSEs.
Yeah, but that's a really important skill because we're all using laptops and everything is going in on the keyboard. So I'd love to have a typing skill. I mean, I'm like a henpecker, but I try to use other fingers. So typing's
but I don't even know if there's necessity. I will look it up. I don't even know if there's a necessity for such things because remember, them days is about touch typing. Yeah, so it's not just typing, it was about typing fast.
I remember those days. It was about words per minute. Every secretary had to have so many words per minute.
Right.
And they had to have the RSA qualification. Yeah, I remember those.
And also, again, to show you just the subtle change, them days, girls may have done typing or home economics or whatever, and boys would have done woodwork or fucking whatever. Do you know what I mean? But
technology, tech.
Male and female.
What are you talking about? I did home economics.
Oh, did you?
I was cooking lasagna. I was doing puff pastry and everything.
Oh, all right. Was that a normal school?
Yeah, comprehensive, man.
All right.
I did
so they started the rock with you then.
Yeah. And my best recipe was pineapple upside down sponge.
I do love a pineapple upside down.
Is that why you're upside down, Randy?
I do like a pineapple upside down.
That was a good one, Phil.
You see, as you mentioned that, I'm a woman to diverse, but listen, as you mentioned that, Randy, you see one thing about primary school, and school dinners, my school dinners were, some of it was terrible, some of it was all right, but you see the puddings.
The puddings were on point.
Puddings were on point.
Yes.
Listen. Sometimes
these have this fudgy chocolate with like cereal in it or whatever it was. But when I used to see that, I used to say yes.
Rice Krispie cake. I used to make that as well.
No,
That
I
was
think
one
it's
of
a
my
mud
favourites.
cake or something like that. Yeah.
No, I never
It's
had mud
like
cake.
really
I don't know
thick
what school you were
chocolate.
going to. The
Oh,
chocolate
our puddings were bad, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes I would literally roll into the playground, couldn't do nothing. Cause I've had 3 puddings, like, and them days, like, because you usually get it was some sort of cake or something with custard. You get me?
Yeah,
so my thing was just to mash it up all together.
Custard was essential. It was always custard. I don't know how much custard I ate in my youth, but there was a lot of custard.
That's the only reason why I went school dinners, man. Otherwise, I probably would have done packed lunch, but just the puddings, man. Loved it, man.
Yeah,
I know today the youth them. It's all my school. I'm like, what do you have for lunch today, son? It's like, I mean, since Jeremy, what's his name? Since Jamie got on the scene,
Jamie Oliver.
Jamie Oliver.
Yeah, they got them eating fucking.
I talk about jerk rice and all sorts of foolishness.
Jerk rice. What the hell is jerk rice?
Okay, big up yourself, JD. He said my school dinners were nice, mostly Caribbean cooks. And that is true, actually. I do believe probably there's been a change in the school food as the cooks have changed, actually, because my cooks in my primary school were very white in English, like, period. Like,
yes, same here. No
seasoning, none, and you weren't even getting a sassy.
There was no seasoning. You'd be lucky if you get salt.
So. I mean, them days you were very, very happy to eat at home. Like, oh my god. Yeah, man. But school dinners. Anyway, they were the good old days, man. That's when you used to get a bottle of milk. At,
break time.
Yeah, you got the third of the bottle of milk. Yeah, that was it. I like milk in those days. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
I used to enjoy it.
Yeah, at lunch, break time, 10 a.m. Used to get milk, especially in the winter time. It used to be nice because we'd all sit down and then the teacher would probably tell a story and then you're just drinking up your milk. And then by the time you finish 2-3 hours and it's lunchtime, and then you're showing
your age, colour me, because perhaps you got rid of the milk.
No, but that's what I was saying to Nines earlier. Everything is happening so quickly because she mentioned that if somebody came to Carnival one year and then the next year they're wearing something different, and it shows that how quickly things change. And I was saying I was born in 98, so I grew up in the 2000s, and I feel like I can relate to some of what was mentioned more than I do to what's going on now, because I'm still aware of a time where we wasn't consumed by technology in a sense. We still had to go out and play with mud and literally go out and play out and climb up in trees and get hurt and do the most. And we didn't look for trouble until later. So we really had an experience of childhood in a sense of not being so cuddled, Yeah, so that's why I said I can relate, even though I'm still young.
Hang on. Why were you
98? 98, is that what you said? So you missed the whole Jodeci thing then?
Yeah, but remember, my mom was listening to Jodeci and Mary J. Blige when I was young, so I listen to it now. Yeah.
I was surprised you were
I listen to all of that now. When I was growing up, I didn't understand really, but
Fair enough.
Sorry?
I was surprised you were getting milk in those days.
Yeah, back in when I went to school, it was 02, 03, and 04. So it was still kind of coming, into the new world. Let me just say it like that. And yeah, we used to get milk. I still remember that. That's not even. I still remember that up until primary school, the end of primary school, year 6, which is 2006, 7. So.
You're such a young one, Colony.
I know, I'm such a babe.
So actually, sis, as I've got you here, and you are slightly younger than some of us on the stage, right? So I think you're at a good age. That's a nice age still, man. Life was nice at
25.
Yeah, life was sweet then, huh?
What you do with the pat or twang, Stop it.
Yeah, at 25, I was in Jamaica.
Oh, what happened? What was Nines doing in Jamaica at 25?
Yeah, because I had I'd finished my studying, etc., and my mum and dad were it was actually my present, it was actually my present for passing my second degree, actually. But yeah, man, Jamaica done time there. Oh gosh.
Did you say your second degree? So you did 2 degrees.
Well,
Damn.
masters, in it. They call it masters.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
Yeah, Nines is educated, man. Don't
Nines is clever, fam.
Just because of the way she speaks, don't judge her.
What does that mean, Randy?
Well, no. Why does he not think Nines has got 2
Why
degrees?
does the way she speak affect the way she might be educated? Why would you say that?
It shouldn't. That's my point.
But it affected you.
Oh, just because. Anyways, yeah, go on.
Yeah. He said that. It was weird.
He didn't say that, but it's okay. I know what Randy's trying to say. You know what? I just have to rant with Randy sometimes.
It was
I know you do. I know what you're doing, Column. I get you.
He doesn't actually know what he's saying. I'm talking about the fact that to do 1 degree takes 3 years. To do 2 degrees would take 6 years. So I'm like, wow, you dedicated 6 years of your life to doing 2 degrees. That's long. Well, that's why I was asking when you said 2 degrees. I was thinking, did you do like 2 separate degrees?
Oh no. Sorry, like a Bachelor of Science and then a Master of Science.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
Yeah, not 2 degrees.
Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah.
True, never expose up myself, so but yeah. But yeah, man. They were good fighting days, man. Love my island star. Jeez. Listen, by the end of my 8 months, they were telling me in my area, they're like, yo, by the time you leave, no, you're like, yeah, man. We don't play, man. We do not play when we go to the islands, man. Get me? But yeah, it was enjoyable still, man. And then
I love that the islands.
Yeah,
on
the
Tuesday,
conversation.
I'm going to the islands
to
on
bring
Tuesday.
it back. But yeah, the whole industry conversation.
Right,
yeah,
the
industry.
Second, Randy. Go on, Carter. Go on,
go
man.
No, go on. I think I'm behind a little bit, so I'm hearing gaps, but it's not.
Anyway, let me not even because start talking about that. That's a big digression. But so we were speaking about Miss R Fabulous and things like that. I'm glad that you're here, Carter, because you're kind of that age group. So let me ask you a question. Do you think those such women?
Okay.
Can you hear me, man?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think them type of women? Do you think that they influence young? Like, do you think they have an influence? Do you think they influence people?
Yes.
You do.
Yes. Even if it's subconsciously, yes.
Right. Because the reason why I asked the question, because I went talking somewhere else here where there was a group and I was like budding out Miss R Fabulous in it because she's just making me sick right now. And these persons were basically the team like, but Nines, why are you banning out her? Like, so basically they're saying that why are you looking to these people to parent your children type of thing? Do you know what I mean? So they're putting it back on the parent and the child, like, and making it the parent's responsibility to sort of what's the word? Censor then, for want of a better word, the content that the child may be listening to, this and that and the other, yeah? But I'm saying to the people, nah, man, like it's not that simple no more, because you can't censor your child 24/7. Do you know what I'm saying to you? You know what I mean? And go on, babe.
No, it's sorry to cut you. It's very, I feel like the argument is it's so generalized, and I feel like people that say that there's always another side to it. You can't just put it like that and done, because at the end of the day, you're not like you just said, you're not censoring your child 24/7, and unfortunately, you you literally, allow your children to watch TV, to watch everything else. So you're allowing your children to be influenced by cartoons and by everything else. But you're saying music, it's our responsibility. When some of these people are the same people that are playing this music in front of their children, and then wondering why, the children, and not necessarily in front of them, like, oh, in front of their face, but you might, play this music now and again and they hear it or whatever, or they go to certain family members' houses and the tunes are being played. I don't know fully, but I'm just saying, I feel like there's definitely more to it. You can't just slap that one label on it and then be like, okay, that's the end of it. Because at the end of the day, the internet is there for people to be consumers. And if your child is listening to cartoons, or possibly, like you said, has an older cousin, and they go to the barbecue and they're all chilling up in the room, and then the older one's playing a type of music, and then here comes TikTok. Half the kids don't even listen to the actual words. They're just playing the music. And then when they start getting older and actually saying the words now, people are acting shocked, as this, like, they're all over social media. These people give their kids TikTok thinking that it's age appropriate, and it's not. I've seen TikToks of grown people with their kids, and the song that they're playing is all what's that guy's name? Skilly Bang song, talking about all of naminat pumps and all of this different things in the song, but for them it's a TikTok and it's a dance, so they're not really listening to the lyrics too tough, And so yeah, Nance, you kind of hit it on the nail. There's more to it. I feel like them themselves could probably say that they were influenced by music and their parents had nothing to do with it, because I remember going to school and my parents is not there, and we're all young children coming together. We're going to listen to the music that we like, or the hip hop music or the pop music, and it's going to have certain messages that are not helpful. But my mom couldn't really tell me anything. I thought I knew everything. So yeah, there's more to it for sure. Yeah.
I was going to ask you, because we've been talking about the music industry with the female artists, like I've forgotten all their names, Doja Cat, Nicki Minaj. Oh, what's the one who was fighting? Yeah, Lizzo, the one who was fighting Nicki Minaj. She's light skinned.
Oh, Cardi B.
Thank you, Cardi.
Cardi B. All
their imagery. How do you feel about their imagery, the sexualization? Because I remember a time when you didn't see that so much with female rappers. MC Lyte didn't do that so much. Roxanne Shante didn't really do that much. But we're going way back, 80s, late 80s, 90s. What do you feel about the current?
I feel like there was a couth back then, and right now there's no limits. Like I said earlier, I feel like anyone can become popular, anyone can become viral. There's not there's no longer like a selection in terms of the way that people hold their brands, their image, because everyone wants to be quote unquote real. They feel like they can just behave anyway. And there's a new wave. There's another girl called Krishan Rock, and another one called Blueface, and their image as well all over the internet is completely unacceptable. But for me personally, I have to look at it two ways. I look at it as, in my own personal life, I cannot idolize or take merit from any of these people. But from my social life and maybe what I see on the internet, and for the community's sake, it's definitely degrading. Like, for a woman, when people see you, especially as a Black girl, and you're only not only, but mainly your main representation out there is these girls, because quote unquote we're the same age group. I like nice music, but it doesn't mean that I like that particular type of music. And then people just assume that, you're okay with it. And it's kind of hard, because when you go out clubbing and stuff like that, and then you join in these type of songs and rare, you kind of feel like a hypocrite. So then you don't really do much about it. But for me personally, I do think that their image, there's another girl called Sukiana or whatever, the image side of it, there's no restriction. There's no like, okay, this is my brand. Everything just seems to be like you say, money. It's not shocking anymore. It's coming to the point where even I'm desensitized, but it's to the point where I have to still be aware of what it's implicating on me and my future. Because, you know, I want to have children. And like Nine says, I'm even scared. As much as I love children, I had to really question myself and be like, do I actually want to bring up my child where the only image is this? When I was growing up, it was Mary J. Blige, it was Little Kim, and don't get me wrong, they were still sexual. No one's saying it's not that, but there was a limit. You didn't see Little Kim going on OnlyFans and sucking man's odd, and you know, I'm doing all that. You know, what I mean,
degenerate stuff. Yeah.
So colour me. Sorry to cut you, but what age are you hoping to have kids?
Whenever, to be honest, I definitely want to have them before 28. So okay. I'm trying to.
Good age. That's a good age.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a few things before we get there, but it's on the roster. Let me put it like that.
Yeah, I mean, Nine is much more expert in this area than I am.
Trying to lighten the mood a little with the music thing. You call yourself Color Me Carter. Was that after the group Color Me Bad?
Oh, actually no.
Okay, all right.
Listen, I actually never heard of that band before. That's crazy.
Really?
No.
Yeah, early 90s.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't know that. That's interesting. No, my name is Carter, so I just honestly was like, okay, instead of call me Carter, I'll just put Color Me, because I like to be a little bit extra, I guess.
No, it's a good name. I just thought maybe you were partly inspired by them, but since you're not, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it was interesting the part you mentioned about the 90s, the Little Kim, because that was actually when the real sexualization of women in hip hop began. I mean, men were already doing it. Two Live Crew were doing it. Too Short was doing it. Luke was doing it. Even Jodeci did it in their video, However You Want It, with Tupac. They had like porn actresses in there. But then you started having women who were like being very sexual, like Foxy Brown, Lil Kim, and Salt and Pepper started going down that route of being very sexualized in there, and then that was it. That was like the Pandora's box when they did it. But then maybe, as you guys were saying, the industry was also pushing them to go down that route. So yep, they decided to do it, but maybe behind the scenes, you know, they were saying maybe you should, you know, show a bit more flesh, do a bit more of this, and they went with it, and it's taken us where we're now at Doja Cat. And it's like you said, you've become desensitized, where the stuff that they're doing today doesn't really shock you. You don't like it, but you're not outraged by it because you've just been bombarded with that stuff for too long.
Continuously, subconscious mind. It's part of programming. It's NLP, neurolinguistic programming. They know this. This is what people don't realize with the music. The music industry is heavily tied to NLP. A lot of the stuff like MK Ultra, and there's a lot of the satanic sort of the demonic side that people haven't looked into. In terms of, I mean, I've met a guy called Paul Devon. I don't think you'll be familiar with him, but he was a music exec and he's done stuff in music, and it's part of how they set up the beats and the sub messaging underneath the layers of the music. It's how they program people. There's a lot of people haven't looked into that side of it, and like the guy saying with the imagery as well as the message, the sub messages to the subconscious mind, and it's part of the desensitizing, like the guy was just saying. And so people are now not surprised by it all, but the program has been put in years ago. So yeah, a lot of people don't look into that side of it. So I'm going to have to agree with what the guys just said. So they're going to get the degeneracy. People are not shocked by it, but it's only going to go more. It's only going to continue to go more downhill.
Because I remember when I was a teenager, when Jodeci did that video with Tupac, it was like a big deal. Oh my goodness, there were porn actresses in the video. Did you see what Jodeci were doing with those? Oh, and Tupac. Now it's like whatever.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
It's just normal now, isn't it? It's just normal. You know, people have got practically nothing on and they're rubbing black chocolate over themselves in the video and all this kind of thing. Like, it's you get me. It's all the sub messaging was given back in the day. That like my mum was just saying, all the sub messages were given back in the day. So now everybody's desensitized to it, and now they're just going more degenerate and they're just heading that direction.
Remember?
So
do you remember?
To get worse.
Do you remember that dancehall artist called Patra or Patra? What was it? Patra. Cleopatra. Patra. She used to wear she had her hair long in like dreadlocks. I mean, Nines might remember her. And she was Jamaican. Because the image was also infiltrating into dancehall or reggae. Yeah. You would see it with the female artists. They started dressing in a certain way. Like the women in hip hop, they all started doing it. R&B wasn't doing it so much. You did have Adina Howard and she came out with like Freak Like Me, but most of the time, the women were more like SWV. They still kept their clothes on. They were trying to be sexy.
Similar to Eternal, It was like sexy, but it wasn't too bad. It was like they were pushing the boundaries a little bit, but it weren't as fragrant as it is now. That said, the subtleties were put in back then, but now it's just accelerated.
Can I make a point quick? You know, also, I feel like you said, the dynamics were different because growing up, even when we had Little Kim and maybe people that were overly sexual, quote unquote, we still knew, like, respectfully, we didn't, it wasn't such a big thing to emulate everything that they did. We would most likely, you know, copy a hairstyle and maybe tutu fashion, but it wasn't like, oh, we're gonna go and start like making this a trend where we start, you know, like, I don't know, it just felt like a different dynamic because now I feel like the kids are so much more comfortable wearing like crop tops and, you know, short shorts and stuff around their parents and people. Whereas before, like, you couldn't really, there's a different standard.
Get
like,
out of here, you could do certain things in it. What is it that your mum, if you came downstairs when you was younger, even like me, there's certain things your mum would look at you and say, what on earth is that? What do you think that is? That you can't put that on that. There's not middle of it. Get and that, sort that out. There'd be an instant, wouldn't there? Yeah, go on, sister.
And yeah, literally, but it was because there was a standard of respect as a female. It doesn't matter how much Little Kim you listen to, you wasn't going out and disrespecting yourself because you listened to Little Kim. But now it's like you said, the floodgates are so open where it's so generalized and desensitized that small things like that, like Nang said earlier, the subtle things like that are now becoming nothing. It holds no value. Oh, because everyone and their mom does it now, you know, allows their children to dress a certain way or listen to a certain type of music.
But you just hit the nail on the head.
It's normal.
Right, that's all.
I kind of feel like me myself, I had that understanding. I had the understanding, like, listen, when you're around your parents and
you see, Carter, can you hear me?
Yeah, you know, respect.
Even you just said
sorry.
Even you just said everyone and their mum. Yeah, that's almost prophetic, right? Because I think one of the problems also is that a lot of mothers are competing with their daughters. Yeah, and that's why there isn't a level of gatekeeping to what you're ascribing to now. You get me? Because they're doing and wearing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then social media plays with that as well.
Say that again, Bob?
No, sorry. Social media comes in with that as well now.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely, man. I mean, social media is the devil, man. There's no two ways about it, man.
Because
the standards have been lowered. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Once one starts doing it and it's like, oh, this is the new fashion. The new fashion is degenerate. But once it's promoted and it's out there and it's promoted, like you were saying before, like, you know, that your mum, like you said, your mum would like say, what do you think that? For instance, you went out shopping with your mum and you went to look at something, you picked something out, and your mum be like, you can't have that. What? I don't care if your friends are wearing that. You're my daughter. You're not wearing that. That those conversations used to happen back in the day. Now the mum's like Nine saying, now the daughter's looking at something, the mum's thinking, have they got one of those in my size for my age? That's what I mean. The whole thing is chaos, fam.
We used to sleep and do those things, and I know that doesn't sound any better, but it's just the level of respect with it. Even if I used to see something, we used to go up in Primark, buy the things. Listen, we used to stuff it up in our school bags, and then when we come out of the house, we put it on and go on like we're bad. But these days, you don't even have to do that. It's just the standard. Yeah, go buy what you want. You see them in these like bralette things where it literally is a bra with a little bit of fabric underneath, and that's fashion with just pure foolish
it's
little
all
things
out there. That's what I mean. I'm like,
on young girls.
The young girls, especially, like you see them now, you're thinking, what on earth is she? Sometimes I look and think, what on earth is she wearing? What is that? You get me? I'm like, how are you stepping out like that? And it's all on show. And I'm thinking, how are you stepping out? And there's no shame. There's no shame.
And that's
I'm
what
thinking,
shaming that behavior. Like not shaming it to be like malicious in a sense, but it's kind of calling it out when you can. But then, like I said earlier, it's you can't control anybody. We have to still be aware of that. But if you know people like that, if you can drop a word in the ear and say, listen, just think about, these type of things, because that's the least that we can do, right? But at the end of the day, people are so in their own world and they have their own reality, and they're not a lot of people are open-minded. They're just set in ways. So it's kind of hard to even conversate those conversations, but where you can, you just try, Yeah, it's not a good look. I can't lie. As a black woman, there's a lot of labels on us, and
and it's
as a woman, there's even more.
Yeah, the stereotyping is like particular. There's two sides with us with the sisters. Like there's a side of it where they're promoting you to be tough, hard CEO type thing, and then at the same time as you're being CEOs, tough, get your own thing, OnlyFans, all them thing like that. Then the clothing comes into, like you were saying. And it's basically you've got it's pretty much no clothing. Of these clothing, it's barely anything. And the clothing that they're wearing is almost see-through. Like they want you to put literally everything on. Some of the stuff I'm seeing, like it's almost see-through. And I'm like, how on earth? I don't get it. Like how on earth you're not consciously aware of what you're wearing. It's pretty much see-through. You've got it all out there. But yet you're big, hard, tough CEO type. You've got to have your money. You've got to have this together. You've got to have that together. So you've got like this crazy, like chaotic mishmash of everything all being thrown at you, and then you've got to reach these standards that are just degenerate, and these high standards I've seen, that these high standards are totally degenerate, but you're expected to, as a sister, you're expected to go out there and you're expected to twerk out there and do all this craziness that's going on, and you're expected to do that, and when you're not doing that, there's something wrong with you.
That's it. Randy, what's your thoughts?
You see, this is also where we have to be careful as well, right? Because there's nothing there that I disagree with. But you see, and this is what I'm saying about social media and how dangerous it is, yeah? Because at the end of the day, in reality, and this goes across the border, most women are not doing that. They're not. Like, they are in the minority. I don't care what anyone tells me. They're in the minority compared to how much women are. Even if you look at England, innit? Yeah, the women doing that kind of degenerate behavior, they're definitely in the minority.
Agreed.
But because of the algorithm, this, that, whatever, like we spoke about before, in terms of negative content being more this and that, and then we bring in the whole endorphins and all that, bringing in all them different kind of arguments there. And Colin Carter, have you seen a program on Netflix called The Social Experiment? I think it's called. Have you heard of it? The Social Experiment. Yeah, that's what it's called. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of it? Oh,
no, not this. No, I'm not seeing this particular one you're on about. I've seen stuff similar to it, but go ahead.
Okay, so this thing that I watched on Netflix, I'm sure it's called the Social Experiment, and basically it's breaking down the kind of the science, I would probably say, behind social media. Do you know what I mean? But he done it in a way that's both informative, but he also had like actors acting out certain things. So it would show you, like, when someone would be getting lots of likes on their video, for example, it will be showing you what's going on in their mind. Do you know what I mean? The chemicals, what it's doing to the body,
ego and all them thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for anyone that hasn't seen it, I would recommend that you watch it, man. Like, for real, because a lot of the people that were talking in that video were the actual creators of the platform, and they do not allow their children on said platforms.
Yeah, they won't. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying that certain people control certain interests. Yeah, their children will keep away from it, but they'll sell that to certain groups of people, which is what I've just been on about. And they're promoting that to certain people, and they want those certain people, i.e. what I was just saying, to promote that. Have you noticed that you don't see their children doing that? I agree with you, Nance. I totally agree with that. That's something I definitely know about. That's why I was talking about a guy, Paul Devlin, because he was saying the same thing. He says that as a music exec, he wouldn't have had his children around that. But he knows for a fact that was being pushed on certain groups of people, and they're as expected to promote that. So I definitely agree with you on that, Nines. 100.
But if you remember the movie with Chris Rock, is it CB4 or something? CB4?
CB4, working ass. Yeah, keep going.
Even in that movie, you saw, innit? Because you had the music executive, and one time he must have busted the door, and his son was listening to their music, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
There being the people them under his record label, innit? The quote-unquote Negros, you get me? And the little youth was out there hip-hopping it out, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Rapping to the lyrics and that. And the dad was like, nah!
You
ain't
doing that, son. You ain't doing that.
That
ain't like, for you.
Mean? These are your people. Then he's like, nah. You get me? So I'm only saying that to say that they show you, say, listen, yo, that's not for their consumption.
You can make money off that, but you can't have that degenerate behavior. You can be, listen, son, I'll teach you how to run the record label. I'll teach you how to make money off these Negroes. But you ain't behaving like them.
Well, what did Paul Mooney say? White men can't jump. They don't have to. They own the team.
They own the court. They own the stadium that you're going into, that you're paying for the floor seats for. Jay-Z might go to the floor seats at LA Lakers, but guess what? He don't own them. Look at what's his name, Steve Ballmer, who owns the the LA Clippers. You look at all the look at what's his name, my man Kroenke, who owns Arsenal. Look at all these, they're from certain backgrounds. You know about this, Naz. I'm not obviously putting it up out on your platform. I'm very familiar with it. But again, there's certain groups of people, certain families that are controlling these corporations. They take all the benefits from that, from all the chaos. And I agree with you completely. So they don't have their children exposed to that. But they'll educate their children in a certain way about it, but they won't have their children behaving like that. But they'll make them aware of what the crack is and what's going on, and how to run the thing. But they're gonna make sure their children are running the thing and making money off the thing, but not behaving like the thing.
That's the one. Well, I got the memo, so my opinion, listen to them sitting there. You get it? You know what as well? Have you heard, I'm going off a little bit, but still, have you heard, he's dead now, obviously, but have you heard of a man, I think his name was something like James Todd or something Todd, and he was in the music industry in the 60s, and he came out and he started exposing what they used to do to the records. Let me try and find it, man. Because basically I'm veering off here, but he used to speak.
No, you're not, because again, I mentioned MK Ultra earlier on in the programming.
Well, exactly.
That's why I look at Paul Devlin. So, like, there have been people within the industry who have come out and exposed that aspect of it, with the mind control, with the programming side of it, with the beats and the beats that are in the music and how the military beats and stuff like that. They've always known that it's been an applied application to program the masses with. That's something that's been done for time. The issue is that only certain people over the years have had the ability to explain it and speak on it, and there's only so many people that have done that. And those that have done that, as you know, it's not ended up good for them.
It really hasn't, man. But then at the same time, even now in this time of information and consciousness, because it's all out there. But the people are still looking to go into it. Do you know what I mean? So it just shows. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just a blatant battle at this point between good versus evil and woke. You know what I mean? Just blatant battles, man. Because I don't know how they're still trying to go into it, knowing certain things, man.
Yeah, and a lot of people miss out the Freemasonic aspect of it, and the Satanic Freemasonic aspect of it, and those who are the Boule and the stuff and the Prince Hall stuff. And that's that whole degeneracy is controlled. The whole thing is controlled. And they've got blood oaths and all the rest of it, and they take an oath and all the rest of it. And there's certain things that they're sworn into, certain societies, as you know, fraternities that they're sworn into. And when they get into that, there's certain things that they have to do to make sure that they keep their position. And that's how you see the whole thing played out, which is what you've been on about. Which is
so that's what I'm saying. Behavior. Is the genie just is it at this point? Is it just it is what it is, and you just got to buckle up and do as best as you can as an individual, or do you think that there is a potential reverse?
That's not for us to do. We were never here to do that. This is something I agree with you, Nine, on. Listen, if people, it's a free will universe, so therefore, if people are going to choose to be degenerate, they're going to choose to be degenerate. That's not our thing. Is my position is, you let people do what they're doing, but you observe what they're doing, you see what it is, you call it out for what it is, and you keep it moving. You get me? But you make sure that that's not what you're about, and that's not where you're going. So if they want to continue down that road and they're going to mash themselves up, let them go and mash themselves up. But don't say I didn't warn you. That's my position I take on it. So you offer the truth, and that's it. What their people then choose to do with it, that's then up to them. But don't say you didn't warn them.
Yeah, so basically we're on the train, and wherever it go at this point then, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we don't have to be on the train. If they want to get on that train, let them go up. Listen, this is another thing as well. You can't force me on the train. Listen, you can do what you're doing, but I'm going to choose on my standard. I ain't doing that. So you can go on that train. I'll offer you the truth. But when you get on that train, fam, I'm not getting on the same train as you. You want to go down that road, and let you go down it. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Right. Nanifa, can you take the banner off? Because I actually don't know the two guys on the top row.
Sorry?
Can you take the banner off? Because I actually don't know the two guys on the top row.
Hold on a sec, bud. My hands are busy right now. Well, introduce yourselves, innit?
All right. So who is the man from the Matrix top right?
That's me. That's O.
What's your name?
That's me. That's O.
And the man in the middle?
Name's Larry.
Larry. All right. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Nine Ether. Do you remember Patra from the 90s?
The music person.
Yeah, Patra. Yeah, remember her?
Yeah.
That was a big deal. Her imagery, what she was doing back then.
Remind me.
Oh man, she did like a cover version of "Roll Up to My Bumper," like doing reggae version. But then the thing I was saying, but in that culture, the sexualization of women is part of the culture. Apart from like when I used to see like Ska or see Bob Marley, he didn't do any sexualized thing. The women there were like dressed modestly, but later on down the years, what the men were saying and the way the women presented themselves was complete. So it happened in reggae as well. It changed.
Yeah, it happened. It was simultaneous.
That's what I'm saying. That early 90s, you saw this flip. You definitely saw a flip of change, because the women weren't doing that in the 80s. They weren't doing that. You saw like late 80s, early 90s. You began to see this shift where women would like pretty much I'm going to use this term, scantily clad. You get me? And you was beginning to see that change. You get me? And then obviously there's all these agendas that were being pushed at the same time. So you saw this shift that came.
In terms of reggae, Sexy Lion, I can tell you the change. It was Shabba Ranks.
Yeah, he was hard, fam. Mr. Lover, man, Shabba.
What did Shabba? Shabba was just being. Well,
if you watch his videos, fam, he was raw, fam.
Yeah, I remember the first video I saw was girls.
Shabba Ranks was the first £1 million or whatever. Remember, he broke some kind of record in it because he went over to Columbia or Warner or one of them people there. One of them, you get me? Yeah. As a reggae artist, so he went into, and that brought him into a whole new lane, because then that introduced a whole new set of people to quote unquote reggae. And remember, at this point, it's not even reggae now, isn't it? It was it wasn't right. It was like bash. You know what I mean? There was a change, man. That's when and the hairstyles and the very gregarious dancing, not the dancing, just the dressing came. It was with that whole Shabba movement, man. Remember, Shabba had a trailer load of gyal.
Yeah, man, he was rolling through women, fam. Mr. Lover, man. Yeah, he was notorious, fam. He was notorious.
True, and like I'm trying to say, it was around the same time as, and this is what I'm trying to say, NWA, Shabba, Onyx. You can just go on, SWV, Downtown. It was all, and I was there for it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
I
you saw it all coming. Maxi Priest. All them, in fact, Maxi Priest was probably the last one of the ones that probably did something that was quite, kind of that cross between the old stuff and the new stuff. Maxi Priest kind of, it was in that era, wasn't it? Aswad and them in it, yeah.
Yeah. Trust me, you got to remember, man. You have to remember, SWV came with, and don't forget R. Kelly as well. He done a lot.
He was rough, man.
Play did a lot of stuff. Don't get it twisted. 12 Play. Oh my gosh. So yeah, man. It's been a journey, man, but it's very unfortunate because now, like I said, we've enjoyed a different time, but it's about the ones coming up, and I don't know, their diet's not, dependent. It's not good, man. It's not good. Welcome back, Carter, because
the diet. Hang on, what about the diet? What are you talking about? We're talking sourdough bread or quinoa, or what we're talking about?
No, I'm talking about their music diet, Randy.
Oh, their music diet. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because that we've also said before, the frequency of the music now also it's just at the lower chakras, isn't it? It's not. There's nothing going above their belly button, man. There's nothing to make the music today doesn't make them think, contemplate, philosophize, anything.
Above their belly button. So they're not thinking with their head. Is that what you're saying?
No, and the frequency of the music of today is not. It's not for that. It's not supposed to hit them chakras. It's the chakras is hitting exactly what it's supposed to be hitting. The lower ones. You get me? Just the lower ones.
Right. Red, orange, yellow. Yeah. Red,
yellow. If you're a young person, you know what I mean, maybe in your teens and whatever, and you're listening to people like, Public Enemy, or I mean, we can name so many different ones, you get me, whereby you've even got a research, you've got a this and that, you know what I mean? Whatever they listen to today is some bubblegum bullshit, man. It's madness, bro.
Well, we have to ask.
That's all across the border.
We have to ask Fulham what she's listening to and what her influences. We have to ask Fulham because she's the young person on the panel.
Carter.
Yeah, Carter. Ask her what
you talked about earlier.
What she grew up with.
Ask me what?
What were your musical diet, as Nanifa puts it, when you were growing up, and what influenced you?
I always enjoyed older music. I'm one of those people that I have to update my music list because I keep listening to the older music, but it was more. I would say I'm not even gonna lie. It was more maybe the American side, female artists. I used to listen to Mariah Carey, Mary J. Blige, and then as I got older, I started listening to more, I would say, hip hop. But I always enjoyed my roots and stuff. But I didn't get into that until later on, until a couple of years ago. I really started to listen to it more. But it was just more hip hop and it was definitely R&B. Yeah.
So if you name some artists, we're talking East Coast hip hop, West Coast hip hop, and what R&B artists were you listening
to? Mariah Carey, Mary J. Blige. Who else? Celine Dion. You know what I mean? Celine Dion. Unfortunately, yes, I was listening to R. Kelly back then. Sorry?
Boys to Men?
Boys to Men, yeah. I definitely, the thing is, like, I heard that music, but as I was getting older, I was listening to more hip hop, like when I was like 15 and that. But now, when I turned like 19, 18, 19, 20, 21, that's when I started to get into like Jodeci and Boys to Men and 212, 112 and all of that, and Mace, you know, and all of that music. It wasn't until I was older, but I heard it growing up, so it wasn't so far away from me, you know?
So you listen to 112.
112, yeah. Only you. What do you mean?
Come on. But that's important still, because I do that the music that
So you were
you're
dancing to
taught on
Peaches and Cream. That's what you were
in terms
doing.
of foundation will kind of set the pace as to what you may even listen to as you come up still, because that's why we got to really give respect to things like subliminal and osmosis. You get me? And you know, like where you can just be taking in things without you even knowing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And that can be both,
Mind, yeah.
exactly, and that can be both sort of negative and positive. You see what I'm saying to you? So, and again, you know what I mean, I think as parents,
Yeah.
for those of you that listen to music around your children, I think you have to be definitely conscious about the lyrics and the things that your children listen to, because I bring it back to this guy. It's not James Todd, but it's something Todd, man. And basically, what he spoke about was basically when what he basically spoke about, sorry, family, is when they got the masters of the music, yeah, and took it to a certain place, you get me,
Yes.
and made certain people pray on it and this and that and
That's on as well. Yeah. That's a
you get
mechanic
me?
aspect. I was mentioning it earlier on. Yeah,
Right,
Jay-Z's known for this about. Keep going now. Just keep going. I'll speak on this. But yeah, you're on what stuff that I know about. Go ahead.
Right. You understand what I'm saying to you? Before they put it out into the public and that. You see what I'm saying to you? So therefore, we already know that when the thing comes, even as, do you know what? Again, not to divert, but even food as well. Yeah, that's why we need to go back to praying over our food and that. Probably now even more than ever. You get me? We need to pray over our food because we don't know what they're doing. But back to the music thing, you get me? It would go to a certain place. They would get certain wizards or whatever the fuck you want to call it,
Masons
to pray over it. You get me?
So,
You understand me?
colour me. Would you be going to an R&B club night, or would you be going to a hip hop club night, or a mixture?
Sorry?
Definitely R&B over here.
Wait.
But
What kind of diversion was that?
both.
No, Randy, don't piss me off. Don't do that. Because I'm talking about something proper and you're asking about which night my girl's going to. No.
I'm just interested. I'm just interested in her full story. All right, I'm going to mute up, Nine.
Yeah, that's the best thing. Otherwise, I'm going to think you're playing your role, man. Yeah. So what I was saying, Carl, is that in terms of how we receive music and that, yeah, and what I want to do is just punctuate the fact that this guy, something Todd, spoke about how they took the masters of certain, not even certain music, but music, did whatever magic over it, let's just call it magic, before they sent it out into the public. Do you know what I mean? So I'm now bringing that back to say, as parents, or just as individuals anyway, we've got to be careful as to what we intake, because a lot of these things that we're allowing into our beings have been, you know, yeah. And we can see
frequency.
We can see
Is that
how
what you mean? They have certain frequency. No, I'm saying you're saying that these things, like they have a frequency. Like,
absolutely,
you know.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So
not only a frequency, but then something else on top of the frequency to make sure if the frequency ain't catching you, then this I can catch it. You get me? Remember,
right?
They do not lose.
No,
they do not lose.
So let me just talk a little bit about something that I went over. So Duke talked about, right? So he was involved in industry, but didn't get as far as what the other guy said. But he talked a little bit about it heavily what this other guy said. I know about because he's researched it as well. But he got involved. So back in he looked at it from an early 90s perspective when he was involved with it, and he was saying that basically the recording company has like a big like office block that they're in, and obviously with 33 degrees of Freemasonry on the 33rd floor of the building, of this particular building, they had a room He only found this out by chance when he was there. He mentions it in the thing that he sent me, and on certain floors.
Hold on, which floor did you say?
33rd.
33rd, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Of this particular 33rd. Building, right.
Okay.
So he's on this. On certain labels, depending on what levels. On certain levels, they've got these big buildings. Now, in these buildings, there's certain floors, right? And within these certain, this is how it's said. So within these certain floors, they had like a room, and in this room there were certain objects and artifacts that were in there. And in this room where they had these artifacts, only certain executives could go in there. And this is what you're referring to. And what they do was they did these rituals and they invoked the spirit. This is what you're on about. He talked about this. They do these mantras, and then based on the symbolism that if you look at a lot of these key players and look at a lot of the imagery that's on there, this thingies, energies behind that. This is what that you're getting into. That the guy was speaking about that I'm going in on as well. And what they do is they invoke, and this is the terms they use. They invoke that. They do these mantras and they invoke that energy onto the original copy that was the first copy that was made of the music when it was first done. Then they invoke that on there, and it'd sit there for, I can't remember how many days he said it was. It might have been 25 or whatever. There's a certain amount. There's 21 days, or there's a certain amount of numerology they'd use on it, and depending on what sort of music it was, they'd invoke certain energy onto that, and it would sit there for so many days. And once that time was finished, then from that original copy, they would send, based on the energy, they would send that copy to the distributors, and from that they would make the imagery, and then they would send it out en masse. But they'd have to do the original ritual over the first record that it was originally set, and they would have that in the building for a set period of time, and they would invoke that energy onto it using certain rituals. That still goes on to this day. So when that guy was saying about it, that the guy that you've been on about, that's what Ducatir speaks on as well, and that still goes on to this day with the original first record that's made. So yeah, I'd agree with you, Nines, with what Todd was saying. So that still goes on to this day. So that's what they're doing, and it's on certain floors where certain executives can only go into, and they do the rituals that invoke the symbolism and the energy onto that, which is why they have all the symbolism that you see on the.
And that might even be another reason as to why the masters are so important to the people.
Correct.
Maybe that's
even right.
Why they're fighting for it, because they know that that's where the real power is.
Yeah, in the first original one that they do, and then they invoke all that, and it has. The Ducatir said that basically they invoke that energy onto it, but they can't do it. They can't sell the record straight away. They have to leave it so that the spirit gets in there, so to speak, and they leave it on this. They have this vault that they put it on. He said. They have this vault thing, they put it on, they invoke that off, and they leave it there for so many days. It has to be left there for like 2, depending on what sort of record it is or whatever. But there's a certain codes that they have, and they invoke certain energies onto that, and they leave it there for so many weeks, and then that original master is then sent off, and then they make all the other copies from that. That's what I was told.
Yeah, because numerology is very, very, very important. It's just that we don't know about it, although obviously we were the original teachers, but numerology runs this thing, boy. Trust me. But yeah, man, the whole frequency of music, you see, it's very interesting, man. But I think as parents as well, we got to try to encourage our children, because that's really who they're after, isn't it? They're not even after our minds per se at this point.
No, it's the young ones.
The young, and yeah, I think we have to be active in you know what I mean? What our children listen to. It might make them not very stylistic, because I'm sure right now, if my youth went to yesterday, my youth went to a party, and boy, I know they were playing certain music. He didn't have a clue. You know what I mean? But for the moment, it was a bit, not even sticky, but it is what it is, isn't it? But I ain't even got no problem with that, because I'm telling you, I don't want that kind of, yeah, seriously, you know? And so, like I said before, some of the music of today is so expressive. It's so blatant.
Yeah.
It's not even giving it to a little bit of thinking and imagination. You know what I mean? It's definitely like just join this, you know, join the dot, you know, type of thing. But yeah. But Carter, Have you heard of a program called Bad Girls UK?
I've heard of a group, like a group of young boys, like I wouldn't say gang. I don't know if they're gang, maybe. But
Okay.
yeah, I've heard that name.
Oh, because this is even why I brought it back to the fab again, yeah. So, have you heard of Lani Good?
Yes, yeah. Her situation with TR and all that. That's the most that I know about it. Her being on TV with the challenge thing. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So already you started the journey because I didn't even know about that. So she was on that was on Channel 4 or something, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So you see whatever money she earned from that, Carter, yeah? She took that money and she came back to England and produced a program called Baddies UK. You've not heard about it?
Oh no, I've not heard about that. But I've heard about baddies because there's a baddies in the USA called Baddies East and West and all of that stuff.
Well, seemingly she's tried to. I don't know what to say. Originally, I think her idea was to do some kind of Love Island thing, yeah. But it looked like she must have put it to the vote to her audience, and they said to go for this kind of baddies thing. Big up yourself, Buddha. Yeah.
Yeah, big up everyone. Big up.
Yeah, bless up. So what she's done is, I soon come Buddha, yeah. What she's done, Carter, is that she's hired a villa in Croatia, yeah, and she's flown certain girls over there. You know,
culture. It's promoting that type of culture.
Exactly.
I don't even know what type of culture it is. It's just
exactly.
Anyway,
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
Exactly, because you know who the special. No, I don't even say the special guest, but Fab went in it. Fabulous.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, man. Oh, mate. But have you heard of someone called Valentina?
No.
Big girl. She does hair and things.
No, I don't think. No, I don't really. Like I said.
No, I hear you.
It's a girl, Maggie.
You're gonna say, well, nice. How do you know about them people? That's what you're really thinking, isn't it?
No. Honestly, it doesn't shock me, to be honest, because when you're doing social media, and like I said, the only reason I know about her Love Island at the Channel 4 thing is because of my social media on Facebook. I get the clips. I don't necessarily go out looking for it, but I can't not stop myself if it comes up on my feed. Do you know what I mean? I can.
Nah, she went and done a program, Star. I tell you, you're gonna hear about it soon enough. Trust me. But oh boy, yeah, man.
So what? So her and Miss R Fab in a beef or something, or?
No, do you know what it is? Yeah, I think Fabulous is jealous in it because what happened? Yeah, well, you may or may not know, but Fabulous was in Jamaica for a time, right? So while she was over there, Lani came up with this idea and must have asked my girl if she wants to be on it. And at first she's like, nah. You know what I mean? Nah. And was saying all the reasons as to why Lani shouldn't do it and why she's spending her money on that and why don't she go and buy a house, although my girl's house was a story and you get me what. So anyway, she came to England, yeah, and she went out there, innit? She went out. But I peeped it from morning that it was just a jealousy thing and like she's thinking I should have come up with that idea. Do you understand? Really? So in terms of like an entrepreneur one and doing your own thing, I have to rate Lani still, you get me? Because she's obviously, when she's seen something, she's been on a couple of things. I think she was on Back Chat as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she's already in that quote unquote, reality TV world or whatever you want to call it. She's done the program that you obviously know about, and she's come now to use that money to try to, do her own thing.
Do her own thing, yeah.
Off, but I just think that amongst all the other stuff, like Fabulous was very jealous.
You know what?
We're done that.
You know what gets me as well, Nine, is because she can do her own thing. People always look at other people and say, "Oh, that's the ultimate thing. They've done it. They took the idea." And realistically, in the big wild world, you can do it, or twist and do your own thing. Do a think tank and get ideas, and actually invest in yourself instead of worrying about people. Nobody said, we don't get jealousy feelings and all of this stuff. I understand that, but when you're in the media like this, you have to, hold on to your reputation a little bit, and people can see past when there's jealousy. They can see it. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, she should have just baddied up everybody. And not when I say baddied up, I don't mean like rude. I mean like she should have really gathered everyone by doing something of her own. That would have been the best way to even not even shut everybody up, but to get the attention of Lani. Because imagine now if you would have come and said, "Oh, if Lani's thing maybe was controversial and people didn't really run with it too well or whatever, even if it was good, and you come up with an idea that's maybe actually based in the UK, you might have got something popping." You know what I mean? But
you look like you must have read her mind though, Carter, because while she was there, what she tried to do, this is why I don't rate her, is like create an anti-Badder's house, like an anti to Lani thing. You get me?
Why would that surprise you? When they disagree, it becomes violent. Fabulous is not known for just disagreeing peacefully. It gets violent. There's footage of her fighting in a nightclub, walking on the street, shouting out her enemy, "Where are you?" It's gonna go down that road.
Yo, I recognize that voice, man.
Hey, Buddha.
How you doing, my brother? You long time? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Pleasure to hear from you.
Good work, man. Good.
Yeah. So I'm surprised, Color Me Carter and 9ether99. It's gonna get. What's it the kids say? It's gonna get peak with them, because
you know what? I feel so old over here, man. You guys, I have no clue what you're talking about. I stopped watching TV 5 years ago, and I'm just hearing. I'm trying my hardest to understand what you people are talking about.
TV,
but that's the scary thing, Buddha. That's the scary thing. It's not even Buddha. It's not even TV. It's not even TV, Buddha.
This is the same media that we're on right now. That this is happening.
What, on YouTube?
Absolutely.
We move in different circles, I would suggest.
Well, I hear you, bub.
The algorithm popped it up on my and then I went down.
That's like saying if you know about R. Kelly's rape cases, you move with people in. No, it's just unfortunately just social media. Like these things happen.
I have a tendency not to engage in social media. That's the thing. I don't do any of social media. What was I going to say? I thought it was Veli was on there. That's why I jumped on.
No.
I was going to say none of you lot know. Nine Ether. You know who Dave Courtney was, do you?
Dave Courtney. That sounds familiar. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm hearing he died, I got a phone call about an hour ago telling me he's dead, and I'm thinking, huh? But boy, no big thing. I thought it was Veli, because I know Veli lives that way still. But never mind.
The gangster?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, we're going way back. That's like old school Cockney gangster type stuff. Okay, he's dead.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Apparently, I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm hearing. Say again.
Gangster.
You're breaking up all over the place. Say that again, man.
No, I'm saying gangster for dead still.
Yeah, for real.
You know the funny thing. You know the funny thing, brother. When earlier, when Color Me Carter was saying what you said, you hang around in those circles. So the same thing could be twisted on you. So you hang around in circles.
Hey, listen, man. Come on, bro. Listen, I'm a reformed individual and chosen a different path in life. So, but people have ears, innit? Two at that. So you hear a lot.
You said it made it seem like, because we know certain information, we run with them. When it's not that, it's just, I was just making the statement that it's not that. But I definitely hear it.
Okay, so what? Let me ask you a question, because I'm fascinated by this now. So I heard somebody mention Love Island. Yeah. So I know a little bit about that. That's like a Big Brother type of thing, where they put people inside a house somewhere on an island, and they film it. I understood Big Brother in the beginning when it first came out, and I was intrigued and fascinated by the premise, and I'm sure the majority of the population was. But it kind of got the novelty wore off pretty quickly. However, when I heard the 9, what's it called, the island thing, Love Island thing, what is the fascination? Is it people having arguments or people having sex, or what's the fascination then?
Listen,
drama in it, both.
I don't have a clue.
Drama is both. You said it right, both. Because everything's going on there. It's all bets are off in it. It's everything.
It's artificial as well. It's very in my opinion. The few things that I've seen about it, like I don't watch those things. One time my friend started watching it, and I used to literally not even cuss her, but I used to really side eye her because I was like, babes, I can't watch these things. Like it upsets my spirit. I can't sit and watch fakeness and things like. There's no point to it.
Yeah, because to some degree, people know that the cameras are rolling, so they're not being up. The word I want to use to back where sisters come from, people are not being completely authentic. They're not themselves because they wouldn't be like that because the cameras are there in it. So there's a certain amount of bravado that's going on, a certain amount of playing up to it. Also, that's the thing that I see with it is like it's trying to create a reality that's not really reality, because the moment you put somebody into an artificial environment. And there's certain aspects of that. There's certain things you're around. There's certain things that you wouldn't do that you're gonna do differently when the cameras are rolling and there's certain people around in it. So it's like real, but it's not real, if you know what I mean. So
let me do this then. Let me do. So the gentleman that was just speaking, I can't see your name. What's your name, my brother?
Oh.
Okay. So let's do this. Yeah. Each one of us, tell us your top 3 TV programs. Like, like TV series. So what would be your top 3s? Maybe let the ladies go first. Let's have
let's have the ladies go
think
first.
Color Carter just knocked off.
Okay, got the 9 Eva.
Hopefully she'll be back still. Top you have to give me a minute to like absolute series or just programs. You have to give me
something
a minute
that's like a serial, like I don't know, EastEnders or something.
Give me a minute to think about that because there's so much to choose from, man.
All right, let me go with my first 3. Yeah, Oz. There was a TV program about HBO back in the day. It was called Oz.
Yeah, I remember it.
And then Sopranos, and then Only Fools and Horses.
Classic, yeah. All right, now, boy. You've got your old school fam. Yeah, David Jason. No. That's a classic. I even admit I'm not really into TV like that, but listen, everyone should know Only Fools and Horses. That's a classic. Nines, by the way, I'll just put a link in the back for you. That's something on the Freemasonic stuff that I'm showing you, and I've sent you an email. You can check both stuff out. You'll find it interesting on the Freemasonic stuff. But yeah, no, Only Fools and Horses, I have to agree with Buddha on that one. That's a classic.
So go on, give us your 3 then. So you got Only Fools and Horses. Who else?
What, mine?
Yeah.
Oh, for that series, I'll tell you what I like. Can it be just normal TV series, not movies, just TV series?
TV series, because I'm trying to build an understanding of where these reality TV shows kind of rate. Because in my thinking, they're not based in reality. Well, they are based in reality, and the ones that aren't based in reality have a firmer standing than the ones based in reality.
Right, so let's bring it back a little bit, yeah? Who can remember what you would consider the first quote-unquote reality TV program?
I would say Big Brother, the original.
That's the one I remember in 2000.
No,
the first one.
Exactly. That's
no. There was before that. You had on MTV. They put them all in a house, and it was on MTV. That was the first one. Then sorry, which one?
MTV Cribs.
No, before MTV Cribs. It was we're going 92. There was a MTV, and they put them all in a house. First, they did it in New York. Then they put it to Denver. They would go to all these different cities in America, and they would get all these different people, put them in a house, and then we would watch their lives. And they were doing that way before, because the British thing was catching up with the Americans. So the Americans started it with that MTV reality show.
Well, was it not Big Brother itself? Because I know Big Brother was a different version.
No, it was before Big Brother. Big Brother
Okay,
was
I'm
in
not familiar.
the 90s. This one I'm going back. I'm going back into the 90s. Big Brother didn't go far that back. This was way before.
No, Big Brother was 2000. I remember that when I was younger. Yeah, that was 2000.
And the one I'm talking about, the one I'm talking about was back in the 90s. It was on MTV, and they would put them in a house, and then you would see how they would get on. And they would choose different cities. So they do MTV Reality New York. Then the next one was MTV Reality Denver. Then the next one was MTV Reality LA. And they would have a whole different group of people. This was back in the 90s. They used to do that. And then the British BBC tried to copy them for a short period. They did their own. It didn't last very long. And then the whole reality thing was quiet. And then years passed, and then Channel 4 did the Big Brother thing. We had already tried it, and
I can't remember
what the name was in the 90s. MTV something.
The interesting thing is, I was working in Brixton at the time, right? And I ended up meeting some of the contestants from Big Brother. I don't think it was the first one. I remember there was an Indian girl in there, and she was tiny. Oh my God, she was so short. But she didn't really look that short on TV. But when you see her in real life, she was tiny. And the production company was called Brighter Pictures. And they were based in the same building where the Voice newspaper was. And so I got to see a load of different people who I didn't know who they were until they turned up on TV. But when you meet them, they're not famous yet because the production company hasn't put the program out yet. So I remember meeting some of those people.
Narinda,
that's it. Well done, man. Fucking hell. That's it. Yeah, Narinda.
Yeah, I used to watch it back then. The show I was talking about on MTV was back in 92. It's called Real World. The Real World. That's what it was called. Yeah.
And that Narinda girl, was she in the first series, or was she an after?
Yeah. She was in the first series that used to be on Channel 4. That's when she first appeared.
Okay, so that's how far back I'm going, man. Bloody hell.
You're going way back. You're going back to when they started. That's when they started.
And the interesting thing is, the company Brighter Pictures was bought out by a company called Endemol. I think they still exist today. Yeah. And I got to meet a few interesting people, shall I say, through that company.
Yeah. Remember when the black guy, what was his name? Brian Bello, when he won it.
A black guy won it?
Yeah, he had because he was from Essex, so he had a real Essex.
Oh, not the tall, gay-looking dude, that guy.
Well, he wasn't gay. He was he had a Essex accent.
Was he kind of effeminate? I think. Yeah.
No, was he? I can't remember. He spoke like a Jack the Lad. Oh, mate, how you doing, mate? Oh, all that type of stuff.
No, I don't. I think I stopped watching it after the first series, to be honest.
Yeah, Brian Bello. He was the complete opposite of what you're talking about. He had the Essex Cockney type accent. He won it. Then he actually took a production company to court because he did a promo video for his show. He was planning to start a show which was about his life in Essex, and the people who were in his promo were people who went on to star in The Only Way is Essex. So ITV took his show, turned it into The Only Way is Essex. He then took them to court, and they had to settle out of court.
Oh, I hope he won that. Did he win?
Well, I'm guessing they must have paid him. He can't speak about it, but he was settled out of court. But yeah, he if you see the promo of his show on YouTube, it has the characters from The Only Way is Essex. They're in that show. Mark Wright and all those people, they're all there posing in a nightclub. And then the next thing, that the show got cancelled, then it appeared on ITV as The Only Way is Essex. So I think
the story's idea, basically. Yeah, the story's idea, isn't it? Yeah, that happens often because that happens with Seven when her ideas got stolen. That often happens with TV companies. Same with Sophie Stewart in The Matrix. That often happens when people have ideas and somebody's like, "Yeah, I want to make more money off this." They just take their ideas. That does happen quite a lot. I agree with what the guy just said.
Damn shame.
What was I going to say?
Now going back to sorry to cut back in, but I think that's sort of the dichotomy or the kind of paradox between what I was even talking about in terms of Lani Good doing her own thing, right? Because I give her props to trying to do it, you know what I mean, independently, yeah? Because obviously you can see it's work, because you've seen things like Blue Therapy and this and that have you had YouTube stuff that's obviously blown up in it. So it can be seen that you can do things independently, yeah, which is a good thing. because then it takes away the middleman, as it were, and you know what I mean, the thing that we talked about before. But then now it becomes, well, it seems that they're still giving the same negative diet. Do you know what I mean? But just independently. So, you know, it's a bit of a Peter and Paul situation.
But she can only.
That sounds really random, or
she's the person you're talking about. The success she will have will purely be from YouTube. Sorry, on social media, not YouTube, social media, and then she might then get invited on to ITV shows. Like there are a couple of people who've had success on YouTube. Like there's a guy called Chunks, and
I watch Chunks now and again.
Yeah, that whole crew. Some of them have become. They end up on TV shows. On TV, I've seen them on TV shows.
Boy, I saw Eddie Caddy. I saw Eddie Caddy on Strictly Come Dancing. Imagine that.
All right, go on. Sorry, go on, Bab. Sorry.
I was just saying, like Eddie Caddy, like look where he's come from, and he's doing show dancing. What's that thing called? Strictly Come Dancing.
Yeah.
I'm like, right, he's done well. Like I'm sure there's some sort of quota they had to fill, but nevertheless, he's done well still.
Yeah.
Because the point I'm also making here is that it could be argued that we're still at the beginning of the sort of internet and social media revolution. It could be argued there.
Yeah.
It's only now that some of the big people are even really looking at it seriously. Do you know what I mean? Whereas some independent, like for example, there's a YouTuber called the United Stand, which is basically like a Man United football channel.
Yeah. What's his name? Forgot his name now. What's his name? The guy. What's his name? I forgot. Matt Goldbridge. Matt Goldbridge.
Exactly. Yeah, and he's coming on to 2 million subs. Do you know what I mean? Man United subs or whatever, right? And it could be argued that he's now up against people like Sky Sports and whatever, you know what I mean? And Talk Sport and whatever, because
he gets invited on Talk Sport. He's been invited on Talk Sport. Same with what's his name? The guy that supports Tottenham, the black guy, Rance's brother.
Exactly. Oozing expression.
Expressions. Yeah, him. Expressions. He's wicked, fam. Yeah, they're transitioning from like being on their channels, like just like Matt Goldbridge. They're transitioning to being on TalkSport and getting invited to do bigger stuff. I agree with you, Nice, definitely.
You get me. So I'm just saying, in terms of it can definitely be used as a vehicle to, you know, if you do it, you know what I mean, in the proper way, man. But then when you say proper way, do you know what I mean? It's, you know. It's a mad thing still, but social media is a mad thing, man. Like people are definitely eating.
But listen, Nanifi, you've touched on a very profound topic there. You know, like it is that. It's not. It looks like it actually is that. Social media and online forums have surpassed terrestrial television by way. Look how many people on this panel alone who stopped watching TV, me being one of them. I'm sure there's somebody else that stopped watching TV. Now, and even to go so far as to say the mouthpiece of the United Kingdom, the BBC, have even talking about scrapping TV licenses because there's such a downfall in people watching television. The internet has far surpassed any expectations that the ITV or Channel 4, BBC, any of the terrestrial television stations have actually looked for. Now, what's dangerous is the AI.
That's interesting.
Oh my God, Buddhage, the AI, fam.
No joke, fam.
God, man.
So the AI can be controlled and it can be kind of deciphered what can be put out there by TV stations and stuff like that. But on a free platform like YouTube or Instagram, one of these things, you can have AI deliver some of the most impossible information and stuff like that, even false information. You can have it coming out of somebody's mouth. Who sued earlier on? I think it was Cher. Cher sued somebody because they made an AI version of Cher singing one of Madonna's songs. She took umbrage to this and said, like, no, I'm not having that. That's how far we're getting with deep fake and all the rest of it. So imagine you could grab.
Listen, wait. Just describe deep fake, just in case people listening don't. Because the reason why I know about deep fake is because the only channel I listen to watch is Alibi. Yeah. because I know a Murdoch mystery, and well, it's mainly for Death in Paradise. Anyway, let me not divert. However, there was a program that dealt with deep fake, man. I was like, bumberclarrt, this thing is bad now. But describe deep fake still, Buddha, for those that don't know, please.
So deep fake. So you got people like James Earl Jones, the guy, the voice of Darth Vader, basically.
Yeah, he's famous, man. He's from here. He's from this country.
Who? No, he's not.
James Earl Jones. He's got ties to here.
Has he really? I never knew that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah. Go, keep going anyway, brother. Keep going.
But he's getting up in age now, and he's donated his voice to. He's copyrighted his voice to a company that can replicate his voice entirely. Even David Attenborough, his voice. I'm sure if you look at some of these Instagram short video things, yeah, you'll hear his voice. It's not actually his voice; it's AI. So he's donated his voice. So we've got individuals like David Attenborough, James Earl Jones, who have donated their voices. Brilliant. So when they died, we still got their voices for prosperity. Now I can type anything I want, and that voice will replicate what I've just typed and speak it. All right, cool. Now you can get people's faces and map of even a photograph. Imagine this. You can get a photograph of somebody. The AI will scan it, replicate the muscles inside the face, and make that face speak. So for all intents and purposes, I can get a picture of, let's say, Michael Jackson, get his voice, and make that image speak in a way that I can say the most bizarre things, and it could to the uninitiated, it will seem like it's a real thing happening. Not only can they do it to photographs, they can do it to videos. So if there's a film of somebody who's made a film, and you can take somebody else's face, somebody else's voice, and superimpose it on that character within the film. Now, this has been done with pornography. They've got certain clips of pornography, and they've put famous actresses on that face, and you can imagine, So yeah, that's how deep and dark this fucking web goes.
Yeah, fam. Yeah, the AI, the tech is sick, fam. That's why I agree with you, but definitely the tech that they've got now, that they're using right now, it's no joke, fam. I agree with you. It's definitely the body. Obviously, they've had the tech for a long time. You get me?
Recall, man. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah, standard, fam. It's like going out the Matrix, fam. It is. That's where society's going with the transhumanism agenda. I have to agree with you now. The tech and the way they're doing things now, it's no joke, fam. They're using the AI to take over. It's like Matrix, fam. I'm telling you.
What can you spend in space in terms of currency? What can you spend in space? Crypto, bro.
Yep. CBDCs, it's going all ether based. Yeah, it's going all ether based. It's where it's going. It's no joke, nines. It's a lot of people don't realize what's going on. Let's just spend time at the financial side. Obviously, that's where I look with the CBDCs and the SDRs. It ain't no joke. They've got this thing rolling in, fam. This I agree with Buddy, man. The AI is the tech is next level.
So imagine this, with Mr. Musk. Elon Musk goes ahead with his brain connection to the computers. That's going to be next level, because even now they've got technology that can, the virtual reality. So they've more or less got the virtual reality down to a T. The only problem they're having is motion sickness. Whenever you put those goggles on and you experience virtual reality, the brain can't measure distance and stuff. It fucks up your equilibrium. But I'm sure in time they'll find a way around it. But if your man starts plugging shit straight into your brain, it's a wrap. You're not going to be. They'll show you a video that you've just disconnected. And then what? You think you're disconnected?
It's like the Matrix. No, it's true, but it's like the Matrix stuff. I mean, it's like that connection that's there. You get me? You can't even tell the difference between the real world and reality. It's true.
And that's a dangerous precedent right there. But yeah, I feel like, with some of these terrestrial TV companies, at least they've got a mandate to try allegedly put out propaganda but they can censor it somehow. But with the all you got to do is pay a few £1,000, get an avatar of the Pope. Let's say you get an avatar of the Pope, and that Pope, you tell him to tell every single Catholic, Catholic to go out and murder a black person or go out and kill a horse. Or do you get what I'm saying? That's powerful.
It is because they'll follow it blindly because the Pope is the father of the church and his word is God's word. So as far as they're concerned, he's God. In fact, in Unum Sanctum, is God's. He's holding everything for Jesus until Jesus comes back. So as far as they're concerned, is Lord here. So yeah, you're absolutely right. But if he tells them to do something, they have to go and do it from.
Yeah, that's where it can get sticky because it don't just have to be on the Pope. It could be, like these teenagers follow these people. What they called One Direction and that. Like I swear there was a boy in there and he left and people started cutting themselves and shit because cut the Zayn or some shit. I think it was called.
Zayn Malik. Zayn Malik. I think Zayn Malik. You talking about Zayn Malik?
Yeah, I think it's that guy. Yeah, he's the Asian guy. That's right, Zayn Malik.
Yeah, Zayn Malik. Zayn Malik. Yeah.
And there was this thing floating around, cut for Zayn and all this shit, and you got these teenage girls cutting themselves. Yeah, fuck that, man. This world's mad. It's
chaos, fam. It's chaos, fam. No, I agree with you, buddy. It's chaos, fam. It's straight up chaos. They want absolute chaos. Me and Naz were speaking about this earlier.
This is why you try and keep your children away from social media as best as possible, even if you look like the bad guy, man. Because I know, so right now we look like bad people to my but fuck that stuff. Until you're, yeah, man. It's worse your hormones are acting. No. It's madness, man. It's madness. Cut for Zayn, Cut for Zayn, man.
No joke. Yeah, that link I've put in for the back 9 here for you'll find that interested on the Freemasonic stuff. You will. It's quite good what he's speaking on. And I've sent you email. So that stuff we're speaking earlier on, I've sent you some tidy stuff on that Freemasonic stuff. You'll find it interesting. It kind of goes in on some of the stuff I was talking to you about, but it's more in depth. So you give that a watch when you're ready and you'll kind of know where I was going earlier on.
So whilst I've got you here then, yeah, so let me ask you something now, because in America, I don't know if we spoke about it the last time he was here, but
we had some deep conversation when was last day in Nines. When last time was going in on this kind of the cause conspiracy theories. We just have common sense and we see what's going on. We're more elevated, you get me? But go ahead, Nines.
Well, I'm asking, are you one to believe that there are other entities outside of this
reality? Yeah. It's not just that I'm familiar with. We won't scupper that here right now, but I'm very familiar with. This is terms I'm going to use so I don't get too political. I'm familiar with on and off world happenings. Let's put it that way, within the realm, and I'm using those terms specifically. Yes.
You know what? I've always been a believer of on and off world, as you put it, but my attention was drawn to something else. Entities that live or dwell within a different reality. That's a concept that was put to me, and I struggle to understand it, but I can't kind of understand it. Do I acknowledge it? That's the different thing. It's one of those things where I'd have to look into it really, because where do we go from there? What are we saying? Like, there's so many things. Like, let me give an example. Within the sea, the deepest part of the sea, there's some sort of life that exists. You go into the upper atmosphere, you'll find bacteria that exists. Okay, cool. So it's a case of, I think, how do we define that life that may exist outside of our reality? And we're not talking about off planet, we're talking about different realities. So it's a mad thing to get your head round. Like, even try and understand it is kind of deep still. But it's something I don't disagree with. Now, I'm not talking about ghosts or anything like that. I'm talking about actual entities that exist within. I don't know if I can say at the same time as, or they have this theory of multiple universe. That's a possibility, but who knows? We're going into
it's kind of like where you're going, but those entities are kind of like. I'll give you an example. We're speaking right now, so we've got just you look at yourself. Okay, you've got your height, you've got your width, and your depth. Okay, that's 3D space. You're communicating with now. That's ether. That's 4D. It's light air energy, isn't it? Fundamentally, you can't argue that because you communicate with that now. That's how you're doing it, right? It's an energy that's flowing in a different way at a different point. So that proves this different ethers. Your height, width, depth of your body, and obviously ether is air communication. That's obviously energy just spinning at a higher point. those realities, again, those entities can exist in those realities. So when you say that, that's how I look at it. You know what I mean? And obviously, plasma in your blood is obviously spinning at a higher rate as well. So they
I'm
know
going to go a
that's all
different way. I'm going to go a different way. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. So you're familiar with Joe Rogan and Mike Tyson when they talk about DMT, yeah? I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, I'm familiar with DMT. Not them speak about, but I know what dimethyltryptamine is. But go ahead. I know where you're going with that. Go ahead.
All right, brilliant. So I'll tell you a personal story of a guy that I spoke to, and he was terminally ill. So God rest his soul. He's probably dead now. And he told me a story. He and 4 other people took DMT, yeah? Excuse me. Yeah, 4 people. Two guys and 2 girls, 2 boyfriend and girlfriend, and another 2 boyfriend and girlfriend. All 4 of them decided to take DMT at the same time. They both went, all 4 of them went off and had this mad trip, and they experienced the elf things and all of these things. Yeah, all right, cool. But what was interesting, that hallucination isn't that deep, yeah? Because you can hallucinate on many different substances. What was interesting is when they came back, the guy goes to me, he had a feeling to get a cigarette. He didn't say anything out. None of them were talking. And he goes, he had a feeling for a cigarette. And straight away, his girlfriend pulled out a lighter and gave it up to him. And he pulled out a cigarette, sparked it, smoked it. And then afterwards, when they were having like a debrief type of thing, they all experienced the same hallucination. Isn't that crazy? Like, to me, there must be some sort of...
They see things in a different way because their hearing's quite higher up. It's animals see things from a different perspective.
No, do you know what? Next door's moving up. They don't like me, so they're moving up. So fuck it. And the dogs are crazy. I think they got an issue with me blasting Buju Banton and Capleton in the fucking garden when the sun's out.
What was your point, though, Buddhage, regarding?
Sorry, say again.
The
point I was making was this: each person can have a hallucination, yeah. But when somebody experiences that whole hallucination, although it's been spoken of before, like mass hallucination. Hold on.
But it's taking care of things.
Oh, well, I just reminded me that question you asked, Buddha, about the favorite TV shows. Before I even get still there, I'll mention them.
It's just gone. It's just sorting some out because there's a lot of noise going in the background.
Oh, right.
So
Gosh,
you went to go. So that's why I stopped here because there's something's going on.
Right.
All the dogs going off. We're talking about reality and stuff.
Yeah, because I remember you guys were talking about. He was talking about parallel universe, and you were talking about the 9 ether. Thing. Yeah, I don't know much about that stuff. I've heard it mentioned, but don't know enough. One thing I do know is whether you believe in the existence of the devil or not, what is important is that there are people who believe in it, and those people, some of them, are powerful, and they do choose to take part in rituals. So
agreed.
It's all well and good somebody out there saying, well, I don't believe in that stuff. But once you come into contact with those people who do believe in it, watch out, know the signs so you can avoid them. You don't want to get sucked in.
Because they're involved in that thing. And that's something that I've sent Nines an email, and it's got something in the email talking about some aspects of that. It's Freemason exposed, and there are people that do get involved in that stuff. And I agree with you. There are people that do things, and you're right.
So you gotta be careful. Know the signs. I actually worked with a guy years ago.
Yeah.
And I was sitting next to him, and I noticed on his monitor in the workplace he had a picture of Baphomet.
Wow.
And I said, hey, what have you got that little picture? It was like on the side of his monitor. He had it. It was like a rectangle. It's quite small, not too big. And I said, that's devil worshiping. He goes, oh no, it's not that bad. Really, it's not that bad. Worshiping the devil isn't really that bad. And he said, don't worry, I'm going to bring you the book to read. Isn't that bad? And he brought me a book. It was a small book. When you get like the Bible, like you get the Gideon size or the smaller version. He brought the devil worshiping Bible, and he had a name for it. And he brought it for me and he gave it to me. He said, yeah, read this. and it's not that bad. He said, and I said, okay, I'll give it back to you. I'll bring it back. He goes, no, have it. It's a gift. Read it. And I took it. And you know what? I'm so irritated because I took that book and I never read it. And I just dumped it in my flat. And must have been a year past or 2 years. And then I remembered that book. And I said, oh, yeah, let me just read the first couple of pages. And I can't find it. I was so angry with myself because I remembered I had a massive clear up in my flat where I cleared loads of stuff and I chucked stuff out. And I'm thinking, I must have put it in the trash and thrown it. Oh, I was so angry. I was like, because I just wanted to read a couple of pages. Let's see what's about. I mean, the guy gave me this book, this Bible thing, and he was serious about worshiping the devil. And I had it, and now I don't even know what the hell.
Yeah, the Larry, yeah. And I'll see if I can find the link myself, but because I did find it one time online, yeah. But not even as an introduction, but just to show you what could be potentially happening. You know what I mean? Apart from a universe that we are used to, as it were. There's a book called "And He Came to Set the Captives Free."
Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, you might even be able to find it on the internet now, right? If you find that book, Iliri, just read that book there, man. I tell you, man.
And he came to set the captives free.
And he came to set the captives free, man. Because now some might say that it's fiction, you get me? But but it's definitely one where it shows you how good and evil meet each other to make one better.
Yeah.
You get me? But in this book here, just to go back to even what you were speaking about, like one of the main characters was a witch, basically. Yeah, she was a witch, a high standing witch. Yeah, with many different entities within her. Yeah, and she met a Christian. You get me? And it was about the battle of trying to rid her of these numerous entities. But yeah, trust me. Yeah.
No joke.
And what we also have to remember here is that we only know effectively what we are told, and we are told very little.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Very, very little. For the main, we're told and taught how to go to work. As in, by the time we reach adulthood, we're taught how to go to work, earn money, and come home. Pretty much.
That's it. Yeah.
Not really taught to look outside of your bubble, think what else could be happening, and blah 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 blah. You get me? That's why they'll give us soap operas and this and that. But yeah, man. Trust me, they came to set the captives free. It's a brilliant book, man. To be honest, right? There are so many things out there now that will tell you what is going on in there. But it's just if you as an individual wants to believe that to be the case, isn't it? Because many things people, and that's what I'm saying. If Jesus, to the Christians and that, yeah, if Jesus was to come again, enough Christians would miss him. They wouldn't even believe him. Trust me.
You're calling I come in my father's name, and you are not upset to me. I'm quoting from scripture right there now.
I'm telling you, man, they wouldn't even recognize him, man. So how it's peak out here right now, man. Because remember, when he comes, you have to accept that he can walk on water. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if you see a man walking on water now. They're going to be like, no, sir, magic that. Get me, or my one string now, or all sorts of different. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is where we're at still, man.
I do think we're near times. Not that I'm not religious, but there's certain things that they're playing out a script. The Kazarian Banks, the call I refer to it as, they're playing out a script right now about stuff that's going on in ISIS around hell. The stuff they're doing that right now is they're pushing some religious thing. I've been doing a bit of work on that, but yeah, no, you are right. We're in interesting times now, and I've been saying that to you for a while now. Where we're going to be here when this goes downhill. We're going to be here. We're going to see it all. So you get me. Hold on to your seats, folks.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I don't think we can put the genie back in the bottle. But
man, they're going to play this thing out. I agree with you now. No more fence sitting. I said that earlier. The time for fence sitting is done. The gloves are off. Yeah, the genie's out of the bag. I agree with you now. They're going to ride this thing out, fam. Real talk. I agree with you.
Yeah, and I mean, I've not spoken about it because I've not got but I think, do you think the current situation in Israel, Palestine, do you think that's significant in terms of the chessboard? Oh,
yeah. In terms of the fact that if you look at the religious side of it, I've been looking into the religious side of it. Neurologically, they're doing stuff. The religious aspects of it, they've got. I mean, keep in mind that the interfaith religious treaties, I've managed to get the original ones from the Vatican. They've been signed. So there's certain things that they're scripted that they're playing out right now that's been scripted. So they plan to do certain things and they're playing some of that out right now. So yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna be seeing.
So do you think? Oh, then yeah, because I know you're third-eyed, right? So do you think that it's going to scripture or that they are playing to scripture?
They're playing numerology stroke scripture. The numerology. This is why I don't actually discount the numerology side out. Nothing happens by chance. Everything happens with purpose because they know how the clock works. They're not using a clock that we're taught down here. Like this, I'm going to show an image of the clock that they use because they use a different set of clock compared to what we have. But the clock that they're using works on I call it on a multi-vectored layer. And so the numerology side of it they're using, and they're using the scriptural aspect, and they're playing both aspects out of it. That's all I would say. That's how I'm going to see it. They're using every aspect they can use. They're using. Sorry, now. Say that again.
Does that really come under what I say that they can't lose?
They're playing out an aspect that they want to see in reality, and they're going to play that out, and they're determined to play that out, and that's for them to play that out. What we have to do is observe what it is that do, know what it is that they're doing, and still do our own thing regardless, because most people can't see what you're seeing. Most people can't have these conversations. Most people can't see what you see. Most people are functioning on a very automaton level. If you looked at the Matrix, there's only a few people that really knew what were going on. Those at the top of the system know what's going on. Those a little bit below the top know what's going on. Then there's us that are outside that see what's going on, and then there's the masses that are just functioning on an automaton level that don't see it, and they genuinely don't see it. So we're just fortunate that we can see what's really going on. So they're going to play out what they're going to play out. Let them do what they're doing. We just have to know that when push comes to shove, we've got to do what we do regardless. You get me? And that's it. You can only offer the truth, and that's it. Because they're gonna roll that. Like I said, the gloves are off, the genie's out. They're gonna play this thing out, like you said. I agree with you. They've got their plan, and they're gonna go ahead with it.
Yeah, because now it could be argued they're not even hiding, brethren.
No, they're not.
Really and truly, boy, it's like bam. But I don't know, man. You remember the movie Mad Max, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's a possibility?
Yeah, one of the futures. That's why I like the Matrix and the Terminator, because it's one of those probable futures that they're looking into. It's like with Montauk when they did the they've got a certain amount of tech that they use. This is why I agree with Buddy early on with the AI and the tech they're using, Brookhaven, CERN, stuff like that. Buddy's quite right. Some of the tech that they're using, they're looking, and then they showed you this in. If you watch I think it's the Last Stand in the third X-Men movie, where what's his name, Patrick Stewart goes onto the chair and he looks through the looking glass and you can see him looking at different realities. They've got that at Montauk, and so there's certain things that they use to try and see realities. You get me, with the technology that they've got, and that's kind of what they're doing right now. They're trying to program reality by putting certain issues out there, and those probabilities they're trying to play out there. And using numerology stroke, magic stroke, the clock and stuff. It's a combination of everything that they're using.
Do you think AI is a game changer, man?
They're using everything. They're using every aspect of it. Yeah, the lot. They're throwing the cat. I said the cat's out the bag. They're going to throw everything at it to try and get a reality that they want.
Between AI and that deep fake stuff, it's political, man. It's peak, man. Because basically, you can raise the dead with them sitting there. Now.
Exactly. They'll do all them things there. That's why I talked about MK Ultra earlier on and stuff like that. And you've got Project Bluebeam. There's some of the technology they've got when they're going to show this kind of revelatory stuff and man coming out the sky and all them things like that and manipulating weather. That fam, if you look into CERN, if you look into what's it called, Isaac Harp, Isaac Yap. Alata. They've got some serious things, blood. They've got some serious things, fam.
From early, bro. This one from saying, and for us now to be able to see it, it's a mad thing. Because before these were conspiracy theories.
They'll call us mad, fam. I'm telling you, some stuff I look at, they say at least they'll say we're crazy, but we're not. They're gonna roll this thing out, fam. Real talk. We're in the age of revelation, and according to the clock, because I look at the clock they use, we're in that age of revelation now. We've rented onto it and rented into it onto September the 23rd, 2017. I've even got the date and the alignment and how it's met, and I've controlled the date and the alignment in the book. I think it's Revelation 12 or 14, and it's got this specific alignment. I can use what's called Stellarium, and I can map that actual alignment out. So they're playing things on a much bigger level on the cosmological clock. So yeah, they're playing out the age of revelation right now. So the chaos they want to see, we're seeing it right now, Nines. No joke.
I remember, I think it was 2008 on TV. There used to be this advert for Galaxy Chocolate, and they had Audrey Hepburn in it. And you followed her in the advert. The only thing was, it wasn't Audrey Hepburn. Audrey Hepburn was dead, but they used, I guess, AI special effects. So the person sitting in the car was Audrey Hepburn, but it wasn't really Audrey Hepburn. So they brought her back from the dead to sell the advert. And I've always wondered, how does that work out? Is her family happy with that? Was the family asked? And of course, you've got ABBA doing their show where they're not actually there. It's just like a hologram of them.
Correct.
And people pay good money to go and watch it. And I'm thinking, well, what's to stop them from doing one for Elvis Presley? Do a hologram show, and it's Elvis on the stage and he's singing. But
they did that one for Tupac, if you remember. The one they did for Tupac. Remember that one? They did not long ago.
That's the drip, man. That's the slow programming, man. That's the slow one. Because in time to come, that's going to be your average concert. You ain't going to see no one live, brethren.
And I'm like,
because remember the metaverse ain't even really come on board yet,
Yeah.
But in the background, that's people are sleeping on the metaverse. You think you think Facebook changed their name for nothing?
Yeah, it's not by chance that Zuckerberg did as he was told. Yeah, same with Bill Gates. They're all in on it. Nines. This was said the top end of society. They know what's going on. They're up on game, Nines. I agree with you.
Trust me, man. We got. So then, with your knowledge now, then, right? Because I know you've researched all across the border, yeah. If you was gonna give bullet points as to how we should be preparing for the future, unless that sounds like a mad thing. If it does just say Nines, I can't answer that. But do you know what I mean? What do you think people should be doing? Especially financially. Do you think, for example, people that should be trying to change their fiat currency? Do you think, that's all a fallacy?
Wait. Sorry. Before you answer, but Nainitha, what? Because I hear you talk a lot about crypto. What are your views on the number of crypto people who've been arrested for fraud? That hasn't put you off crypto yet. Because a lot of people have been arrested and locked up. There's so many that keep
about Sam Bankman-Fried, and there's all this. Yeah. There's that. Me and I spoke about this. Not this particular Sam Bankman-Fried, but we talked. Nines did a show not long ago. I don't know where you were, but Nines did a show with me not long ago, and she was speaking about this bank was owned by these people. And I can't remember who else was on here with us, but we went in on it because the financial side is tied into everything. And I agree with you on this one. It's tied into everything that you're doing. And without that, you can't. There's no way. Nothing else is going to happen without certain changes to that. So, in regards to the crypto thing, you've got to think about. I mentioned it earlier on, probably about 10 minutes ago, when I talked about CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. I mentioned SDRs, special drawing rights. This whole thing is got planned, fam. They know that they can't use a Piscean construct because that's going. They know that the Aquarian one is coming, so everything is going ether based, fam. It is going ether based, so they can't. They got. I see it like this: the fiat currencies will be changed in a sense of we're going ether based. Basically, is what I'm saying. So the currencies will still exist, but instead of it being based on the Piscean thing, it's going to be more based on the Aquarian thing because the age of the realm is shifting, and they have to go with that age. So that's something that's fundamental that you're going to see in that shift. Hence why the SDRs is in the background and the CBDCs are in the background. They're ready to bring those soon enough. So that's what's coming. That's not quite here right now, but it's in the background. In the background at the moment. That's what I'll say to you. It's there, but they haven't implemented it yet. But they've got it ready. Let's just put it that way.
It just seems weird to me. It's like over the last 5 years, so many people getting arrested. Few have been killed. They'll talk about fraud and stuff. It's like, damn, it doesn't look too safe to use it. But then I don't know much about it. I don't use that. So
I mean, with regards to the crypto thing, the issue is this: that what they're arguing at the moment, and also to Sam Bankman-Fried and the other guy that got, I forgot his name, that got recently arrested. Sam Bankman-Fried and that thing that went off in Silicon Valley in San Francisco with that bank that went down, and he got arrested. And you're right. What they're saying at the moment is they want to regulate crypto. That's the key. At the moment, it's not completely regulated. So at the moment, to some degree, cryptos, it's out there, but it's not regulated by the central banks. Hence why I just mentioned the CBDCs, because that's crypto, but it's regulated. That's they want the control of it. That's the difference. So hence why they want to arrest all these other people, because they want to control it. At the moment, as crypto stands at the moment, they don't completely control it. There are aspects of crypto that they don't control, and they want to regulate that. Let's put it that way. And that's what the battle's going to be that you see coming.
Okay, I understand now. All right. So it's basically it's a case of people in power persecuting people or persecuting an industry that they don't have control of. And
not complete control. They have some control, but they want complete control.
Got it.
Hence why CBDCs, that's why I keep quoting you, CBDCs. Just look into CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, look into it, because all central banks are doing it. The Bank of England's doing it, the Fed's doing it at the moment, and that's going to be linked into what's called SDRs. These are the terms I'm using because you can look this up, and it's called special SDRs, special drawing rights. That's the term, special drawing rights. And if you look at the UPU codes, they've recently updated it, because this is the stuff I get into. The UPU codes have updated recently, so it's letting me know that they're going to make moves towards having the CBDCs and the SDRs, and they'll control it that way, meaning that those who want the control. But it's crypto at the moment, to some degree, it's not completely controlled. They're going to make sure that they control it, so it's regulated.
I see. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Didn't know. Because I know I always used to hear 9ether99 talking about crypto a lot. She used to do a lot of shows in the past talking about it. Yeah, I remember.
Nines. I hope she's here. She'll talk about it a bit more. Nines. Don't know where she's gone, but I hope she was still here just to add on to that, because she's been quite vocal on that. I have to say she has been. But it's going to be, they have to have complete control of it, and at the moment they don't have complete control of it.
Did you hear about that Bulgarian woman who was like the crypto queen, or they were nicknaming her that, and then she went on the run for a bit because they were trying to arrest her. I think they might have got her. That's Ruja Ignatova. There was some cool documentaries about her.
Okay.
What she was getting up to, Bulgarian crypto queen, and it's like, because the way she was. From what I've seen, the way they run it, people then put their money into that particular crypto, whatever it's called. Yeah. They give it a name, because there's so many different cryptocurrencies. So they take their own savings and they invest into it. And the person who has control can be a dubious person who just takes all that money, lives a luxurious life, and then just bails, just leaves the country. And then they have to get the authorities to try and catch them, and it takes a while, but then sometimes they catch them, or sometimes they end up dead. It was just Ruja Ignatova, and figurehead of OneCoin. That was it. That was the cryptocurrency she was doing, called OneCoin. She promoted it a lot.
Yeah, they're similar to the. Yeah, I agree with you. It's similar to the others with like Sam Bankman-Fried. They're all, and the same with the Silicon Valley Bank thing. You're seeing the same kind of people doing the same kind of stuff. It's similar, where they're getting very wealthy off it, but then something's going wrong. And this is what the Fed are saying, that they're saying that this is why they're saying they want to regulate it, because they're saying that people who are doing it are trustworthy. So that's their excuse to come in and regulate it, because they're saying people are getting defrauded and stuff. So that's that's the other side of it that's coming in. You see, it's a clever way of saying that because we're not regulating it, people are being exploited. So therefore, we have to come in and regulate it. So that's part of the issue. So I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah, I remember what you were saying. Yeah, no, I don't know. I always found it quite difficult to get into it. Always had a hard time trying to understand it properly, crypto, and how to use it, how to invest, how to make money from it.
You can, and it's good in principle with some of the blockchain stuff, like with certain obviously currencies like Bitcoin and obviously Ethereum, but they're regulated to some. They've got certain safeguards in place, but some of the other coins are not as cut and dry, so to speak. So it depends on where you invest and who you invest with, and how open the technology that they're using. So that's the thing people have got to look at. It's the technology they're using for the crypto, and how what regulations they're using in terms of how they regulate themselves. So that's you can still invest. It's just you've got to be careful what you invest in.
Yeah, got to be very careful.
Because if you don't, like you said, you could get caught up in something you don't want to get caught up in.
Do you use it much?
I've used it a little bit, but not too much. But I've been careful about what I do use. That's what I have to say with you. That's what I'm saying. I've used a bit of Ethereum. That's pretty cool. You can get around with it. Ethereum's accepted by most, a bit of Bitcoin, but I've not ventured too far because you've got to be careful of what you do if you are doing it. But I do think there's going to be a time when when they're going to try, when the government specifically are going to want to regulate it a lot more. I see that coming because at the moment it's not completely regulated.
Interesting.
Which gives it a certain amount of independence, which is a good thing.
But they're going to regulate
like that
once they bring their thing on, because each country is bringing on their own digital currency, right?
Yeah, I've been saying that's what I said to him about the CBD, SDR, special drawing rights, and CBDC, central bank digital currencies. So me Nines covered this not long ago. We were talking about, remember when we did that bankers thing, Nine? We were talking about recently.
And they're all in it, LV. They're all, I'll tell you, man, it's horrible. It's horrible, man. And that's why they say ignorance is bliss, because if the people really knew what was going on, they would be on the roads, Hey.
Yeah, crypto right now, Nines, is to some degree, it's quite usable because it's got a certain amount of independence. But once they come in and regulate that thing completely, fam, it's over.
I hear you, Bob. I hear you. And it's coming in, man. It's coming in, man. Listen, what do you think have you looked at Twitter lately? Your Twitter symbol?
Not recently. No,
what's in it? It's X, isn't it? He's changed it to X.
X, brethren. I'm telling you. I think that's very significant, man.
Well, it's the same with the meta. I think one of you mentioned metaverse earlier on, and you look at the symbol with that, and it's connected like an 8, which is an X. So it's that unknown factor that they're talking about, which is the ether. The realm is shifting. That's letting them know that this is why I like they're getting into the metaphysical stuff, because it's quite handy when you look at the stuff that's going on from beyond the realm and that what that's showing. And that's why they're going ether, because they know they can't use this this Piscean stuff that's left. That's going to have to go. They know that they're going to have to go ether based. So it's not that they're changing these symbols by chance. It's they're changing it with a purpose, but people don't realize that the age is shifting. But go ahead, Nice. But yeah, you're right. But the ether is shifting.
Absolute purpose, man. Because remember, again, even when they construct their names, their logos, their this and that, they don't just. There's a lot of isms and schisms that go behind it. Do you know what I mean? Because probably if you undo that X, if you were to undo it, like if you start it at its original thing, that was more than an X. Trust me. These people, man. Yo, and you know what it is? They're using our thing against us, man. It's the maddest thing ever.
Yeah, it's our energy. That's what I mean. We are the energy that control that's within that everything is centered around, and people don't realize how powerful they are. They've no idea. They've genuinely no idea, because everything functions on the people.
Probably the realest thing on this earth, right? They negated it, which is like they called it voodoo and obeah and all of these things, which is probably the realest thing, but they're using it and we ain't. All of these supernatural blah, 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 blah. They're using it and we ain't. That's what I'm saying.
What? Ain't you an Israelite?
Who?
I'm kidding. I'm
Nah, I'm not. I grew up as a Christian. You know the thing already. Everybody get me. But nah, man. But I know what I know, man. And I know that the very same thing that they took from us is what they're using against us. Or not even just against us, just using for themselves.
Yeah. They have Wicca, don't they? They call it Wicca, Wicca. Wicca is one of them. Yeah, I even saw a DVD tutorial on Wicca, what it's about, and this woman was taking you out into the woods. She was showing you the things they use, and I laughed. I thought, what? They put this on a DVD?
But remember what they done to the original Wicca women. Remember, those were the witches.
Yeah.
And you remember, if you're drowned, you're not a witch, and all that bullshit. You get me? Remember that the time of heresy, like you can't sleep on that, you know. Because that time took out a lot of the spiritual and the organic, and you get me? Took a lot of them out, man.
And sometimes they were just women who were knowledgeable with the uses of herbs and spices and how to use it to help.
Exactly.
And
what was you left with? God, their God, the Pope, their Pope, the King, their King.
Yeah.
It's mad.
All that knowledge was lost, and then people started getting sick and ill for years.
Well, and now we pay for doctors, and you know what I mean? Because remember, everything that a doctor is doing for you can be done naturally. Everything. All right, let me take
I can't argue with that, because most of the medicines, if you look at the ingredients, if you actually decipher the chemical name, it actually comes from plants and herbs. A lot of the stuff,
exactly.
But they give it their medical chemical name on the back, so you won't know what it is. But if you do the research,
it's synthesized. Yeah, they said these are what I call the master imitators. So nature gives everything that we need. What they do is they take from nature, imitate it, and then give us a processed version of the original. That's how I put it. Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
That's true. Yeah, they do that. Yeah. But it's funny. Years ago, I got into a debate with a guy who was an atheist, and I was talking to him about the third eye, and he said to me, "I don't know what you mean." Oh, so then when I said the same thing, but I gave the medical name, the pineal gland, he was like, "Oh yeah, okay." So, oh right, so you accept it when it's got that biological, medical type name, pineal gland. But if someone says third eye, you're like, no, that's all hocus pocus. But the pineal gland is the third eye. They were talking about the third eye, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, in some belief systems like Buddhism and what else, and always talking about the third eye. But you don't accept it unless it's got some medical, official medical name for it. So,
that's the thing, Larry, right? As you say that again, coming back to the whole reversal thing, because I was watching a podcast with who was it? It was what's that Scottish guy called? What's that? He's a big podcaster, man. The Scottish one. What was him there?
I can't remember.
I'll soon tell you his name anyway. Someone in the chats will tell me. He's what's his name? Not Johnny English. Is it Johnny English? Nah. But anyway, this podcast I got an interview with Katie. Oh shit.
Hopkins.
Jordan's husband. What's his name? The cage fighter one.
Oh, it's not coming to my head now. I know what you mean, but now it's not coming to my head.
Yeah. Anyway, he done an interview with him. You get me? So amongst other things that he spoke about, but he spoke about doing, both him and the interviewer spoke about doing like DMT and different other drugs. I think the other one was I can't even pronounce them anyway. Yeah, Asha-2R and all of these different things. Yeah. But the point I'm making is that in and amongst that conversation, yeah, James English, that's it. Thank you. James English, that's it. James English and
who? Because he spoke with Dorian Yates about ayahuasca.
Exactly, that's the one. That one there. Exactly.
All right.
But his particular guest that I'm speaking about, his name was what was one of her husbands called? And he won Big Brother.
Big Brother. Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's it. Alex something. Exactly. You know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. Right. And she made out that he was a trans investor and all this different shit. That's a whole different story. Alex something.
Oh
Anyway,
wait, the guy who used to fight was a fighter.
There you go. Thank you, Jay. Alex Reed.
Yeah, exactly. I know that guy. The guy who was married to Jordan, Katie Price.
Exactly. So
saw him years ago. He was a friendly guy. That was when I was at London Shoot Fighters. He was friendly, but I didn't know he did that stuff behind that.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say to you, Ellie. This is my whole point, yeah, that there's certain things that they will demonize and negate and blah, 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 but they themselves will use it and do it for their benefit. You get me? So I'm saying that these two are having a conversation about taking these very, very drugs, yeah, the ones that you mentioned and other ones, right, which obviously takes you wherever else. But they also were speaking about if the pineal gland, that's really what I was getting to, innit? You know what I mean? Because they were saying that these things that they take, they activate the pineal gland, etc. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason why I was trying to say that, because I've heard of people, I've never done it myself. You get me? I don't even like the initials. The initials just sound very aggressive, like DMT. That don't even sound.
Yeah, man, for tryptamine.
Yeah, I know people. I know man them that have done it still. Don't get me wrong, and they're like, "Oh no, nah."
I know the cheap way of doing it. The cheap way of doing it is like you fast, and then you don't eat, or you eat only once a day, like early in the morning, and you do that for a couple of weeks. You then start having vivid dreams, and start long.
I think dreams. Alex Reed even said that, to be honest, as well.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, I think he even mentioned that now he can do it naturally. Just get me that he.
Well, that's what he's supposed to be doing in the first place. This is what I work on there. That's when your question to earlier on. You mentioned, you asked me was going down that this is where I was going to go down. You need to work on yourself. The most important thing is you get yourself right. If you're right and you're right with the energies of the realm, you'll be fine. You get me? That was going to be answer to your question. You've come here by accident in this way. By the way, Naz, I put another link in the back. You want to watch that about Nos Confondum and the 178 known worlds in the dome? That gives you an idea of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about beyond the realm and what's going on. So
no, bro, I'm gonna watch that.
You'll like that, trust me, you'll like that. There's two links I put in the back. The second one is from Beyond the Realm. There's 178 known worlds and what's going on beyond the realm. This is the kind of stuff that I get into. That's the kind of stuff where I'm coming from. So in regards to what we need to be doing, what the guy's just saying, we need to work on ourselves. As long as we work on ourselves and we're right, that's all we need to be doing, because we're not here to tell everybody else what to do. You're here to make sure that you and yours are right, and if you and yours are right, you've done what you're supposed to do. Whatever happened will happen regardless. You get me?
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
And I've emailed you as well, Nines, with some stuff.
He would definitely underpin what you're saying there, because, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like I said, it may seem pessimistic, but I believe that the last statement that you made is probably about right still, to be fair. Because, the machine's out, man.
Exactly. So we just work on self. So check out the two emails that I sent you, and that last link I've put in there with Nos Confondum. You'll love that. You'll definitely like that. That'll give you an idea of what I've been up to, what kind of stuff that I get up to. It'll give you a bit of an idea. Because there's so much going on that they don't tell people about. But we're in fascinating times, and I don't look at it as a negative.
But I've come to the conclusion, that ignorance is bliss. What do you think? Because I do believe that the masses couldn't handle the reality. I really believe that.
That's an interesting one. And in a way, you've got a legitimate good point. I don't think they can handle it. But then again, if you look at the Matrix, not many were with. Those of us that were meant to know, I think that's why I don't think nothing happens by chance. I think everything has purpose. I think if you were meant to know, you would know those that were meant to know. Like Cypher said in the Matrix, ignorance is bliss. You get me? I don't want to know, like Cypher said, I want to go back. I want to be somebody famous. I don't want to know the truth. Some people can't handle the truth. You're right, Nines. Those of us that were meant to know knew, and those of us that didn't know. and whatever we're supposed to be doing, we're meant to be here to do. That's why they say you look after you and yours. You make sure you and yours are on point, and whatever happens will happen anyway.
I definitely know, man, them that have researched so deep that they've gone mad, 100%. They couldn't come back from what they found out, man. Trust me. Good, strong men, man. Even, I don't know if you remember you on here. I don't know if you've been on here that long. Called it was called Blue. What's he called? Blue. He was from Canada. Blue.
Are you talking
Blue
about
Lion.
Blue Lion?
Blue Lion. Yeah. Blue Lion.
And the Muslims would freak out every time they saw him.
Trust me. But he definitely went to, you know what I mean? He definitely explored, you know, different shit.
He was a character. He would switch on his camera. He was a Muslim, but he would have all these chakras, these idolatry things that the Abrahamics would say, shrines. He would mix it with a bit of this religion, that belief system. It drove people mad. They were like, what are you doing? And they got angry with him. Some of them, you know, threatened him with, but we're not threatening, but abused him and stuff. Yeah, it used to happen. You see a pair on Raspec's channel a lot at one point, I remember. He used to do that. That's where I saw him. Yeah, he was interesting.
But that's the point that I'm making, Malawi, that, you know what I mean, he sort of, it could be argued, he dabbled in other truths and other extremities, you get me? And you can see how people then reacted to that. Yeah. And it could be argued that was only an nth of really what's going on out there in, you know what I mean, in reality. And that's why I'm going back to the thing about, you know what I mean, maybe in real life, ignorance is bliss, man. Trust me. You know what, there's so many even testimonies just on YouTube about people that have just been dealing with certain outer body. Now, it's either you believe them or you don't.
Yeah.
For me, there's no need for them to come and lie, innit? And that's what I'm talking about, that battle between, because people hear it, but like, nah, you're chatting shit, man. What do you mean? What do you mean you have to fight and a fucking, you know what I mean? What do you mean? You know? Yeah, man. Ignorance is bliss, man.
I'll tell you one weird thing. For years, I used to say, I don't actually know what I look like in a dream. So the next time ever, if I'm in a dream, I'm going to look for a mirror to look at myself in the mirror. And then years passed, and then there was a dream that happened. And there was a mirror, and I walked to the mirror, and I looked into it, and I didn't look like myself. I was like, oh, okay. Because you just assume in the dream that your physical self is the same as yourself in the dream. But maybe it is for people, but I don't know. When I checked myself out, I was like, okay. I don't know whether it has any form of meaning or it was just a dream. But, you know, some people put meanings to dreams. But it was interesting that world, with the dream world, I don't look the way I do in the real world.
In this realm. Yeah, because people refer to this world as the real world. You know, you could look at that and think, you know, is this the real world? You've got people questioning a lot of different things. So I just say, you know what I mean, as long as you're, and this is where Nigel's on about, she mentioned about people going mad with it. You have to have the ability to be able to go inside yourself, because ultimately, when you go down these rabbit holes, you research so much stuff. I get to a point where I'm like, you know what it is? I need to switch off. I need to go inside myself. I need to work on self first. You get me? If that's right, then whatever I'm looking at, I tend to look for the things that I need to find. Because otherwise, you could just get lost going down this rabbit hole, that rabbit hole. I'm like, I ain't got time. I need to, if I'm researching, I need to be on point. I need to get what I need to get for the purpose I'm going for it, and then I can make moves happen. You get me? I have to have purpose when I'm doing stuff, because you know what I mean. Because at the moment we see with things, what's going on at the moment, you have to be effective. You have to be efficient and be effective. Whatever it is that you're doing, efficient, effective. You get me?
Yeah, definitely. I've never taken any of that stuff, so yeah. I mean, I would agree with what you're saying. I mean, I'm just stick.
Yeah, I don't take things, man. No, you go inside yourself, and everything's inside of you. People always want to look for the outside. I'm like, no. Everything's within you. You work within yourself to get to where you need to get to. You get me? Because ultimately, you're only responsible for you no matter what happens. That's something, you know, the one thing you can't escape is you can't escape yourself. There's a lot of things you can look around, see around, but you can't escape yourself. You get me? So, self first, and then, you know what I mean? You look after you and yours. If that's right, everything else will fall into place.
Yeah. Can't escape your own shadow. Can't escape yourself. True. It's all part of you. You can try to, but then every now and again you look in the mirror, you see yourself, and then you're like, you know, it can be shocking for some people because you've been trying to avoid yourself and do something else externally. But you have to, like you said, you have to deal with you psychologically, what's happening there, spiritually, emotionally, what's going on. Address it. Don't ignore it. Yeah, I understand. Makes absolute sense. It's a hell of a lot of sense. Oh, this is a bit of, we're going left here, but I saw some footage on TikTok, and someone, I don't know why, out in the woods in America, they've got like a big mirror. So they put the mirror they had the mirror stood up, and then they secretly put a camera behind one of the trees, and this bear was just minding his business, and it looked up, saw the mirror, freaked out. It then attacked the mirror, destroyed it. But the thing that made me laugh was the way when it got up on its hind legs, it grabbed the mirror. This creature actually had the brain power to look behind the mirror. It didn't see anything. It looked in front of the mirror. It didn't see anything. It looked behind again. Didn't see anything. But I thought, what? But it still smashed the mirror up. Because I guess
some BS, fam.
Yeah, he couldn't figure out that he was looking at itself.
It's like, nah, fam, this is some BS, fam.
And he just messed it up. And that's the part that made me laugh. It was like, it wasn't a dumb animal. He actually had the brain power to check behind the mirror in front. And he's like, what? And he's, oh, screw this. And he smashed it up. But it's like an exaggerated view of someone, like something seeing themselves and not accepting it. I mean, it's not so bad for humans. Humans wouldn't, I don't know. I mean, some people, it is bad because they do go down the road of the alcoholism and the drugs, and it helps them escape, and it creates a different side to them.
Reality. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why you can't. That's ultimately why you have to go in, because the moment you start going elsewhere, ultimately what always comes, you still have to come back to yourself. You can't escape it. So work on self. That's why I always say focus on self. That's why I do it. That's why I focus on me. That's why you have to work on that, because that's the only thing that you have that you do have influence of, that you're responsible for. You get me? Ultimately, that's it. Comes down to that. But go ahead. Sorry.
Would you think about going? Would you advise someone to go to? You know, like people go to psychiatrists or psychologists to help them with that because they don't have the skill or the knowledge to look into themselves, to answer the questions. Ask the questions about themselves that they might think are controversial, or they don't even think until this external person talks to them, and then it helps them. Because I've never used psychiatrists. I've never even thought about it. I've had discussions with people who've used them, and I was like, oh wow, I didn't know you were having problems in your life like that. Yeah, mental health and stuff. But they swear by it. But I was like, wow. I don't know. It's just always something.
But ultimately, what they're still going to be dealing with, as much as you're talking to an outside, I think it's good to talk to people and talk and be. I think the issue is, does somebody have you? Is somebody there to actually help you work on yourself, or they're there to make money off you? It's the intent. The intent's an issue with that. If somebody's there to genuinely help you in helping you to work through your issues, I think that can be a help. But ultimately, who still has to work on yourself? You're still working on yourself. So ultimately, it still comes back to you. You get me? So you might be externalize it to some degree, but ultimately, even if you externalize it, you're still figuring out what the issues are, and you're getting help with those issues. But ultimately, you still have to work through them yourself. So you might get help to work through with them. That's all right. But ultimately, it still comes down to yourself. Go ahead, Nines.
I don't want to be controversial, but you know what I mean, truth and rights and whatever. And just in case you're listening, you know what I mean, Money Floyd what's it called? Mayweather. Get me? Because I know my streams go far and wide. But the next time you got a spare 50 mil, my guy, you know what I mean? As you've got the heart to send it to, you get me? over Dessa.
Israel.
I think you should pay
Sorry, no.
some of your, local people maybe to have some therapy, man. You know what I mean? Because I think even if you took 1/5 of that, what you sent, you get me, like 1 million or whatever, because you sent over 50 million or whatever. If you donated 1 million for your local people to get some therapy, I think that'd be a very good idea, because I think a lot of people in America, especially black people, need therapy. Yeah, a lot of them still have got PTSD and all sorts of different shit. So if you can find the heart to see the suffering over Dessa, you get me? Find the heart in your own ends, man. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'd agree with you. I mean, this guy's is making hundreds of millions of pounds when they were boxing. He was at the highest paid. He's worth well over 1.2 billion. He's made a lot of money out of his career, and like you said, you've got power and influence. Are you going to be responsible with that? Well, obviously, Money Mayweather has decided not to be. He's deciding to flitter away with whatever influence he has on nonsense. But that's his choice. That's the thing. So I'm not saying therapy is bad. What I'm saying is it's the intent of who you're going to have therapy with. Is somebody that you're going to with, are they there for the money, or are they there to genuinely help you? That's the point I was making out. If they're there to genuinely help you, to sift through your issues that you're dealing with, then that's a positive thing. If they're just there to take your money and take your money and take your money, and they're not really going to be helping you anyway, then you're not going to get nowhere. So the issue is the intent.
Nah, man, I agree with that still, man. But also, again, let me sort of big up social media for allowing even this sort of avenue, whereby I know there's more sort of like, psychologists and psychotherapists and blah, blah, doing their thing online, whereby seemingly it might be a little bit more accessible, you know what I mean, to the people then, right? So I want to say big up for that still. And I know even there's certain people that advertise in certain, organizations that do these things online. But what I would also say is that if you're a person that feels that you could benefit from such a, such a service.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would say, go for it, man. If you got, don't let the taboos of society or your community or your culture or whatever keep you away from it. You know what I mean? Especially if you need it, man, because I'm sure one would rather that you go and get these or utilize these services and work through your, your mental problems than, you go to the extreme of whatever. You get me? And that goes especially to men, to be honest, because we know the suicide rate of the men is a little bit mad and this and that. And
that's true.
How it could become that way because of the sort of society that we live in. And not only that, because of the sort of cultures that we have in terms of men being macho, blah, 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 and all these type of different ways. You know what I mean? So, but I'll just, if there won't be anyone listening, man, if you feel a certain type of way, this, that, and the other, don't suffer in silence. You know what I mean? Go and seek the necessary help, because it is out there, man. So,
that's why I said talked about intent, because if you've got somebody that's genuinely there to help you, it will make a difference. It's the intent. You've got some people out there doing good. Yeah, you've got some good people out there doing some great things, and you've got some people out there doing not so great things. So it's getting the right help. If I say it like that, it's getting the right. It's getting the right people.
I hear that, man. I hear that, and that's the unfortunate.
You might be quite good at doing that because of how you knowledge yourself. And I'm not saying you should do it, but in terms of like, if somebody came to you, you would be able to give a certain amount of explanation because of where your conscious is. That somebody came to you and said to you X, Y, Z, you will be able to say, like you've just been talking about, maybe you want to look at this, maybe you want to look at that. You would advise them in a positive sense. You get me? If you could see the difficulties we're having, that's what I'm talking about. Like, even I could do that to some degree. We're not experts, but we know that we will be able to point them in a more positive direction, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely. These are things that if they were to be gonna in your daily life, we should take in. Which I think, because you know what it is, there's a lot of people that out here under different pressures,
That's true.
You know what I mean? But pride and this and that. For real, man. Because it's hard out here right now for many people, man.
It is. We've got the cost of living crisis, inflation is going through the roof, this pure chaos going on. It is and I would say, and I'll agree with you this now, it's not my mentality allows me to get so far because of where I'm at. But there is a lot of people, and it is particularly males at the moment, because we're in a gynocentric society. A lot of men are struggling, Nines. And although people don't want to admit it, they are struggling. There's a lot of men that are struggling, you know? So it's very true. I definitely see it out in society. It's chaos out there. So I'd agree with you on that point, that men at the moment, I would say, are slightly more susceptible to it. And I'd agree with you. And there is more pressures, you know? So I'd agree with you on that one. I wouldn't disagree with you. I'd agree with you on that one because I'm seeing it myself, you know?
Indeed. And that's sort of like the opposite side to obviously what we may speak, or I may speak about often still. But yeah, man, you know. But we appreciate the plight still, but we do also recognize that some ain't doing nothing to make their plight any better still. And we've got to keep that shit real as well, you know what I mean? But yeah, man. So 2024 is coming up. Any predictions for 24, gentlemen? Or for yourself?
Yeah, like I said, we've already talked about the CBDCs and the SDRs. I do think there's going to be some financial shifting coming based on what the Fed have been doing, based on what Bank of England been doing. So the financial side, definitely there's going to be some definite changes between, I've already said, between this September gone and September next year, 2024, there's going to be something on the CBDC front, definitely, in the World Economic Forum. So that definitely was going to play out. I definitely see that coming.
Do you think it's going to affect house prices and mortgages?
Not straight away, no. But at some point further down the line, that probably will do. The thing about the house issue is that's more to do with the interest rates in the Bank of England and how they're dealing with interest rates, because the money they're using to purchase the so-called mortgage. And people don't understand what a mortgage is. It's called a death pledge, because a mortgage in French, it's a dead word. It means death pledge. If people actually knew what a mortgage was, they wouldn't actually take one out. Let's put it that way. If you don't understand what an actual mortgage is, but I'm not maybe controversial, but in regards to that so-called contract and what the banks do with it and the SPVs and all that. Listen, that's a whole new debate. I'm not getting on that. But in terms of how the effects are on the everyday people, well, that all depend on the interest rates and what the Bank of England are doing with the interest rates, because it's going to come to a point where potentially it'll be unaffordable if they keep raising the interest rates at the current rates they're going at the moment. So I do see more pain coming with house prices, because the Bank of England keep raising, unless they have a pause in interest rate rises, which is not looking likely at the moment. In fact, we're due something. I think I know they've got some meeting coming kind of soonish anyway. So we're probably due a rate rise. If it keeps going up, then you're going to see more pain in the housing market. Although I do think the housing bubble's overpriced anyway. So there needs to be a correction. So I can see that coming. So I do think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Worse before it gets better, yeah?
Yeah, I do think there's going to be a correction. Yeah, I do think that we're going to have some pain before it gets better. Let's put it that way. Some people may lose their homes. Banks may start repossessing. How far it'll go up, that's debatable. But I do see some pain before I see it getting better.
So if there was a young person like in their, like mid-20s listening and trying to, prepare for their future, as it were, do you know what I mean? They may have just not long finished uni, you know what I mean, on the corporate ladder, blah, blah, blah. Would you sort of say to rent or buy?
Most people can't. The thing about most people, they're coming out of, you've got to keep in mind, most people coming out of uni with God knows how much debt to begin with, right? So that when they first get their first job that they're getting, they're going to spend a certain amount of time paying off debt. For me, young people at the moment, the best thing they can do is if they've got mums and dad at home and they can go back home, I would say to them, go back home and try and get rid of them and get rid of some of the debt that you've got from the student stuff. Get rid of that. Take advantage of your mum and dad's mortgage being paid off if they let you stay at home, and get yourself financially in position. So I wouldn't go out. I'd get yourself sorted out financially first before going to do whatever it is that you're doing. So if you can take advantage of being back home, I'd go back home and work, and get yourself because you can't get any mortgage or house or anything like that when you've got a whole heap of debt. So you've got to put yourself in a position where you've got A, save for a deposit, and B, the best way to do that is if you're at home because you're not paying no rent, so you're saving, and obviously you're paying off your student debt. So for me, young people should be doing that. That was what I said to the young, because they can take advantage of that if they can do that. To be fair, that's the best position you can put yourself in.
And I certainly would agree. You know what I mean? Because they try to make a stigma about some, children being at home with their parents and all this type of different shit. But I'm saying if you've got a plan while you're at home with your parents, then absolutely, man. Stick to the plan and go through, man. But yeah, I agree with that still. Housing though, man, I swear to God, in London, I don't know, like the average house.
People can't get on the mortgage. The people can't get on the house in London because the housing pricing is crazy. The problem with London's not like nowhere else in this country. London and South East, because of the economic area that it's in and finance. London is a different kettle of fish. Most places in London, you're talking about it. A cost of just getting a studio is like 12 times the average wage, because it's the house prices are so high in London. London is the exception to the rule. Most people in London who were born in London can't afford to buy. You've got the most people buying in London now are foreigners. It's foreigners that are coming into London buying up the properties in London now. It's foreign investment, because most Londoners can't afford to live in London because the wages don't pay high enough. You've seen it yourself, Nines, that the housing stock, there's not enough houses being built, and the houses that are being built are being bought by rich investors.
No, that's a fact. And then when they buy them, they're actually just sitting there empty and vacant.
Correct, and they're renting them out. Yeah, exactly.
That's an actual fact, man. That is an actual fact still. Many houses are just sitting there vacant, empty, but
making money. But they're making money. They're making money on it.
Exactly. Oh boy. Right, tell you so. So what we're in now? We're in 2023. Oh, yeah. Give me your most stark predictions for the next 10 years. Your most stark, the most extreme.
I'll just see that if on the financial side, CBDCs, SDIs, they're coming in. That's definitely going to happen. When they'll implement it fully, that'll happen within the next 10 years. But I do think there's going to be a shift over in terms of they're getting the things in place that they want to have in place with the CBDCs. That'll happen that's already going on now in the background. So that's already happening, and obviously that'll continue to roll on.
So do you think that the CBCs and that will take out the main cryptocurrencies then?
Ultimately, they're going to regulate it. The Fed have been saying that they're desperate to regulate crypto. That they're adamant about doing it, and they're pushing that at the moment. So they're not, as it stands at the moment, crypto is not completely regulated. The Fed want it regulated, and the other central banks want it regulated. So at some point, crypto is going to be regulated. That's what I see coming. That's going to happen. When? Your guess is as good as mine, but sooner rather than later.
Indeed. May I tell you why? It's oh dear. And what's your view on 15-minute cities before we go?
Yeah, they're trying to implement that. Obviously, that not happened in Oxford. There is a genuine movement against the 15-minute cities. There's a genuine people are not liking the idea of it. There is a fight back, but they're trying to implement it. Most council levels are trying to implement it at the moment. But there is a bit of a push on that. That may take a little bit more time because there's a genuine resistance to that at the moment.
So what? I didn't even follow it up, to be honest. Oh, so what was the result of the one in the one you mentioned in Oxford there?
Well, they had the protest, didn't they? My friend Alan Merritt, he went down to the actual protest and he put some videos on. There was a genuine pushback against it. There's a genuine pushback because the councils are doing it and they're not consulting the residents, and the residents are finding out about it as it's happening. And they say, well, how come we're not being consulted about it? So there's a genuine pushback against that at the moment. How far that's going to go will be interesting, but there is a genuine pushback by most people. They don't like the 15-minute city ideas. I mean, some people were cutting down the bollards and stuff like that, where they were trying to stop people from entering into the areas because I had the bollards up and stuff. There's been a genuine protest and people cutting down bollards and and fighting against it. So there's a genuine resistance against that. How far that's going to go, your guess is good as mine. But people are not happy about it.
Well, in London, there's certain boroughs where there's someone or there's persons going around. They're taking down, because you know in London they've got that the ULEZ.
Yeah, Sadiq Khan's a twat.
Yeah, I know it's been sort of rolled out in other places as well. But a lot of them, there's certain people going around in certain areas just taking down the ULEZ cameras. You know what I mean?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Signs and things like that. You know what I mean? So, but you know why I believe that they're true in the whole 20-minute thing is because in London right now, there's a lot of areas where it's 20 miles per hour, bro.
Yeah.
Day, night, whether there's traffic or not, 20 miles per hour. And you know, if you go over that, that's the camera.
That's commercial enterprise. That's what that's for. That's commercial.
Oh, it's awful, bro. It's actually awful, to be honest. Because yeah, what could take you a few minutes before, because you got to stay within that 20 minutes. Remember, there's no traffic on the road, you know. The road is clear. Hey. But yeah, man. But I know they're rolling it out elsewhere still. Okay, so in terms of your 10-year, you spoke about do you think, have you ever seen the Jetsons?
The Jetsons, yeah, when I was younger, yeah. About the futuristic. That's what's the other film? Not Back to the Future. They're kind of promoting that future aspect of it. In Back to the Future 2, I think it is. The Jetsons, that's a similar kind of aspects where they're promoting that kind of unique future. But go ahead, Nines.
So I'm asking you, do you think that could become a potential reality where people are sort of flying in mini fucking, I don't know what the fuck we'd call it. But remember, he used to go to work. You remember, there was a thing that used to go up. He used to get in his little aircraft thing and go to work. So
but the concept is still the same, though. Have you noticed? They've got the future concepts are still there, but what are they still doing? The same BS is still going on. Can you see the underline that you've just showed me? Like he goes to work. That concept is still there. So the fundamentals are still in place, even if the technology is shifted. That's what again with Buddha earlier on. You know, we're talking about the tech. The tech may shift, but it's still to keep humanity in some sort of subjection. Where under Section 2AKV, and I'm saying the words, under Section 2AKV, they're still running your estate and you're still working, paying taxes. That concept in the Matrix is that's the enslavement of humanity. They intend on bringing that dystopian future again, that fake version of a quest that we were speaking on earlier. And that's part of this SDR, special drawing rights, and all this. That future is to create that dystopian future where humanity is still enslaved, just like they're showing in the Matrix.
Right.
That's like Agenda 21, Agenda 23, Agenda 25. That's all part of that as well, that we're seeing that dystopian transhuman future agenda. That's part of this LGBTQ thing and all that. It's all part of the same propaganda.
Indeed. Yep.
Like you said, the cat's out the bag. It's already out the bag. I agree with you, Nance. They're going downhill. You get me? You're right. If it's what they're gonna do regardless. Whatever it's gonna implement, they're gonna go regardless. So let them get on with it.
Yeah, man. Because I think the most recent test we failed. You know what I mean? The most recent.
Yeah, during 2020. Yeah, during the pandemic. I agree. Exactly. That was an op. I keep going, Nance. You're right. Obviously we passed it because we didn't take the pork, but most people took the pork in it. There's a percentage that took the pork and took the Kool-Aid. They were trying to see who was programmed and who wasn't. That's exactly what we were doing during that event. That's exactly correct. Keep going. And they're conspiracy theorists.
Exactly, because even now, a lot of the doctors and whatever that are coming out and speaking about some of the findings that they're now finding, it's not hitting mainstream media.
Nope.
And they're very stark. Again, they're serious findings, man. It's not nothing to scoff at.
No, I mean, I covered this recently on my show when I was on Wake Up UK. That the US military have successfully sued Pfizer because they were forced to take the thing in, and it's causing negative responses in them. and they've sued Pfizer for it. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
One second. Wait. Say that again.
Oh, no joke, fam. The US military, because obviously JB made it mandate that they had to take the poke. The soldiers are sued Pfizer because of the connotations of what the negativity after effects.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I'll get it for you. I'll post it in the back. I'll find it for you. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'll post it for you. Yeah.
There were certain persons, but I didn't know the army.
Yeah, there's some people kicking off. Oh yeah, there's some people kicking off about it. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you see, and once again, that's definitely suppressed in terms of mainstream and that. What did the army have sued them blood cleats? Jeez, mud. Oh boy. 1 second, family. I just got to run some water. 1 second.
9. So 9. Hear this one. So I'm just going to read it just a little bit for you before I start. So it says here, U.S. military agrees to pay $1.8 million to settle lawsuits from Divock vaccine mandate. So I'll send you the actual thing. But there's people kicking off about it. But go ahead now.
Oh, so that wasn't even Pfizer. That's a different one.
That's the mandate, the super mandate, and there's a Pfizer one as well. But I'll post this in the back for you. I'm going to post it in the back for you in a second.
You see that? The thing is there that they've got the money parked up to accommodate all of this anyway. That's the worst thing about it, man. Because 1 point, how much? What did you say? 1 point what?
It's on the article. I posted it in the back for you, 9. $1.8 million so far. That's just one of the suits. Obviously, there's many other ones.
Yeah, that's nothing, man. Because apparently they were earning like 10 grand a second.
Correct.
During the team, that's according to Russell Brandon.
Yeah, no, it's not making fun. The doctors, everybody was encouraged to get per job. The doctors were making stupid money from those per job. Yeah, just getting paid some crazy money from to get it out there.
Yeah, so 1 point odd mil is in terms of a lawsuit. That is actually pennies, in a real talk, because that's not even a day's work for them lot.
No, it's not.
If I tell you, man, but you know of that English doctor? Is it Dr. Campbell? You know him, innit?
Yeah, John Campbell. Yeah. He's been going in on it. Yeah.
Yeah. And he started off as a pro-vaxxer as well. A pro as well.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, man. And he did an interview with some people in Australia. There, man, they're not talking the thing. They're not talking the thing, brethren. They even had and ladies, to, you know what I mean, whoever's listening, like I said, if anyone is taking that thing there and is having any sort of problems with your menstrual cycle, go and check it out, because apparently it's even having effects on women's menstrual cycles and that. Telling you why. If I tell you, man. But it's not even something that I've really touched on in terms of the whole thing. I mean, first and foremost, let me definitely say, you know what I mean, R.I.P. to all those persons that have lost their life in the current situation in Israel and, you know, Palestine, and you know what I mean, because it's a lot. It's a lot,
and man. It's going to get worse because they've only just started the ground stuff recently. And Hamas are trying to delay that, by the way, because they've been releasing some of the hostages. They're trying to delay it, but the Mossad and them, they're going in, fam. They're going to go in and start licking down Hamas. No joke. That's true, Nines. That's no joke with that religious thing they're playing out right now. In fact, Nines, I've got some where I was watching this thing the other day, and there was the Palestinians were criticizing the Arab world, fam. That's how serious this thing is getting. I'll try and post that in the back for you as well.
I mean, yeah, that situation there, boy. And I mean, boy. Yeah. I ain't really got too much to say on that one, but all I'm going to say is that there'll never be peace in that area. That's all.
No, they don't want it. They don't want peace. That's the whole thing about it. They don't want peace. That whole thing, that whole area, due to its religious holy sites that it's got there. that whole area, due to the link it's got to the realm itself, the energies there, the realm itself, and the ancient grids, the ancient ley lines that are there, it's too important. They're going to be fine over that, mainly because obviously they still need to play out the religious aspect of this in terms of the third temple being built. So that's why they have to have chaos there, because they're going to need to have the third temple be built. All religions under one roof kind of thing, with New World Order stuff, that's all part of that. So until that they need to set all that conflict going in order to bring that thing in place. So yeah, you are right, Nines. There's going to be no peace there anytime soon.
There can't be, man. There can't be. And when I said that, a couple of people went off their head, man. But I'll just leave it there, man, because that's not even really.
You'll be anti-Semite. You're anti-Semite. You're anti-Semite. Listen, fam, if you go there, they just try to shut you down on the anti-Semite thing, fam. They don't want nobody touching up that thing. Real talk. Unless you're coming out on Israel's side, listen, you can't speak on that thing, fam. I'm telling you. You're anti-Semite. You're anti-Semite. That's all you're going to get. They're going to shut you down.
Yeah, but once again, there's lessons to be learned from that still, but it's probably too late for us to learn the lessons, but there's lessons to be learned from that still, man. That's how you shut shit down. Trust me. But yeah, I mean, like I said, rest in peace. I mean, you know, like everyone else, I've seen certain footage and blah, 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 and it's just like, oh, man. But still, yeah, I won't even go too much on that one still, but just rest in peace. But yeah, that's going to be a long, and I do, yeah, not even, I mean, how do you believe that was able to happen, do you?
The Israelis knew it was going to happen. Mossad knew, fam, because at the end of the day, listen, that one thing about Mossad, fam, their intelligence is sick. They've got some of the sickest, other than the Vatican has got better intelligence than they have, right? Mossad, the Israel intelligence is, they're sick, fam. They're no joke, fam. The Israel intelligence is top notch.
So how do you believe that was able to happen then?
I think that's more of the religious aspect. I think they've been told to let that thing go on, fam, so they can start playing out this religious thing. Definitely, yeah, because their intelligence is top notch, fam. They've allowed that to happen, unfortunately. Yeah, that's been allowed to happen. They don't care about the people there. They just care about getting their agendas put forward. So yeah, because Mossad, trust me, fam, their intelligence is sick. You get me? That's been allowed to happen, unfortunately, and most people have been caught up in it. But they've got to play out their thing in it, their prophecy thing, fam.
Right. So propaganda is real, right? Yeah, propaganda is real, man. Propaganda is real. But yeah, it's very, very, very unfortunate, especially because of the region that it's in. But yeah, these ones, they're not looking to lie down anytime soon, boy. So what we're 2 months from Christmas. We still got going on in Ukraine and Russia that ain't abated at all. This is potentially a new one. There'll probably be another one after Christmas. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I could stand here in my kitchen and be like, oh, it's going to be all right, man. By rare. You know what I mean? It will all have ironed itself out, but I couldn't even say that with any sort of confidence at this point. I'll be real, man. Because these people don't care, man. They don't care about the common man.
They don't. That's what people got to realize. This is one thing I've realized. They're going to do what they're going to do. They don't care. And once you get into that mindset, you're able to see through the fluff, and you're able to see it for what it is, not what you're being told. And that's where you're quite good in that respect. They might call it conspiracy theories, but you see it as it is, not what you're being told.
Yeah, because but people are gonna still keep having children, so you know what I mean. It must go on, innit?
Well, mind you, demographically, most of the nations demographically are in decline. Most European nations are in decline. They're in decline. Demographically, we're in decline. Even the UK is in decline. Only I think it's sub-Saharan Africa are their natural growth. Most advanced industrialized civilizations have got a very low birth rate.
Right.
Humanity, yeah. If you want, I mean, this is something I look at geopolitics, demographics. Again, give me 2 seconds. I posted something in the back chat for you already, Nines, about the military thing, about the suit. I can post something about geopolitics in terms of demographics if you want, but that's up to you. But I'm not going to bombard you because I've sent you a lot of stuff as it is.
Yeah, which is all part and parcel. Listen, mate, because you know that's a whole different rabbit hole you're going down.
It is. Yeah, I'll leave that for now. We might cover that at some other point. I'll stick with what we're at. But that thing I've posted in the back for the military thing. But yeah, there's a genuine push from the military against the puck. There's a genuine push. Obviously, that's a small amount, but there's other suits, obviously, where they're going after Pfizer and stuff.
Military agrees to pay 1.8 million to settle lawsuits. That is such a small amount of money, man.
It is, but at least people are trying.
Yeah, it definitely starts. It starts, you know, a 1.8 million settlement will be split between the two cases, with 900,000 being paid out for seal. Okay, sorry, I'm just quickly perusing through it, man.
Yeah, just cruise through that as you want. I'm just gonna.
But these things will never hit the mainstream media, man. And
no,
these
they don't.
Army people, man. So if they can't make the mainstream media,
Yeah,
you
this
posted
is it.
the hidden lands one, right?
Yeah, you seen that in it? You liking that in it?
Yeah, come on, man.
That's the kind of stuff that I get into. There's more of that, but I'm going way further than that. But that's the kind of stuff I get into. But that you're gonna like. That's the kind of stuff where you're gonna like some of that kind of thing like that. That's no joke, fam.
It's all part and parcel, man. For real. But yeah, man, I'm just switching them now so I can put it in my
you'll like that, Nines. Trust me, you'll like that. That's more of the more serious stuff that people don't want to talk about. But that's the kind of stuff that I've got into. That's the kind of where I'm at, if you know where I'm going with that.
No, 100%, man. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. I just made sure I had them on my tabs and that.
Yeah, I know you like some of the stuff
what I'm
that I give
saying,
you.
man. People are out there telling the people what they need to hear, but it's whether you want to listen to it as truth or not, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're doing it in plain sight in the movies and all sorts, but as long as you think it's just that a movie, then that's where the problem becomes, man. But and you know, part of the things that they have to tell you are one as well. You know that.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of the program, exactly. So they offer the truth, but most people, Nines, they just don't. They don't, they just don't study it. But it's out there. You get me? But most people don't want to look. But I agree with you. It's out there. If those are look and those shall see. But you have to look in it. So I agree with you, Nines.
So you shall find. And plus, remember the famous movie when he said, "You can handle the truth."
Mm-hmm. What's his name? Robert De Niro. Yeah, Robert De Niro. Nines, that's in the back as well. There's something else about the mandates and thing like that. I put something else in the back as well.
Nice one.
There's a couple of things, but yeah, there's all sorts going on. This, like I said, there's people challenging stuff from a religious point of view, and there's genuine. People don't know it, but there's been a massive. There's been loads of challenges, litigation lawsuits. There's been class action lawsuit that's been put in. There's some people putting up fights, but it's just like I say, it's not mainstream.
Exactly, man. And that's really where the rub of the green comes, man. Because like we're saying, there are definitely people trying to expose certain things, but the machine, the this, the that, you know what I mean? It's a bit massive. But you've seen that film. Have you seen that film, They Live?
I've watched it, but not for a while. I've watched it. No, that's sick. They Live sick, fam. I haven't watched it for a while. It's ages ago since I watched it, but that's true. They Live, yeah, that's a sick one. You know, one of them films that it talks about that's with future where we are now. They Live, that was one of those films that was talking about. Now you get me. They Live, yeah, that's sick. I haven't watched it for a while, but yeah, there was on point with that film.
I'm sure if we were to watch that,
the subliminals in that was on it, fam.
You know what I mean? But I watched that in the 80s. Mad. And one film called Society. Oh my gosh, man. But we just thought it was make believe, man. But yeah, man.
No, man. They were talking about this future. You get me? That absolutely was. Like with the Terminator and the Matrix, fam. Sophia Stewart. She got that on point, fam. That's, you know what I mean? And obviously, people don't give her credit, but she wrote that thing. They stole her work. That Hollywood stole her work, but that's her thing, fam. Terminator is that they're talking about obviously the AI and the tech, and obviously the drones, and we're seeing the drones now, fam.
Absolutely.
You get me? So she was talking about that back then, and she wrote that in 81. She's got the copyright for that. You get me? She was talking about drones, and that you seen these drones. The US military got that thing now, fam. Absolutely. You get me? So all the things she was talking about in Terminator, that's going on. That future's here now, right now. You get me? The tech they've got.
Absolutely, man. So yeah, man, these up and coming years, they're going to be very frightening but scary, but interesting at the same time, because those that may survive to live it out. Because remember, the coal has not finished yet.
No,
coal continues. You know what I mean?
A good film that kind of represents this, and I don't know if you've seen it, but another good film that's very good. Have you ever seen The One with Nicolas Cage in? I forgot what it's called now, with the numbers in. Not The Happening. It's. I'll find it for the name of it. It's a sick film talking about this a future the kind of like that. Not The Happening. That's got Mark Wahlberg in. It's another film with Nicolas Cage in that's similar to The Happening, where it's got the numbers in. The Knowing. I think it's called The Knowing. Yeah, The Knowing. I think it's called The Knowing. That's sick. And that shows. It talks about towards the end of that film. These beings come from obviously off world. And attack all the animals and stuff like that off world, and attack all, and so when the Earth gets completely pummeled, it shows them in the future seeding back all the animals, but obviously and seeding back some of the children that they took off world. That's kind of talking about that as well. You know, that kind of futuristic kind of view. Yeah, The Knowing. It's called The Knowing with Nicolas Cage. And watch that film now. And that's sick as well.
The Knowing, yeah.
Yeah, that's sick, fam.
Okay.
And that does about the numerology. It's rough, that film's, and it talks about it basically, the premise, I don't want to spoil it too much because I want you to watch it, because I watched it not that long ago. Basically, it's a film where a sets of his son's like kind of like an advanced being. His son is able to sense like higher frequencies and stuff like that. Right, basically, his dad's like a scientist, and his dad starts seeing all these coincidences and all these numbers keep coming to him. And when these numbers happen, these events take place. And at first, you don't realize it, but eventually, he realizes that it's tied into certain things. And basically, these numbers comes up, and it goes into New York on the subway, and this big cataclysmic event happens. But basically, the premise is that certain events happen based on times and numbers, and it goes to these locations, and these world events take place. But at the end of the film, basically, it's talking about like a solar flare from the sun, and it's the film. I don't want to spoil too much, where he's sick, but basically, it's talking about like cataclysmic events, where it's based on numerology, and it's a good film, but it kind of talks about like that kind of dystopian future where society will descend into chaos due to this solar flare happening. It's a good film, but it's kind of like I kind of see these probable futures. But that film's quality, but that deals with things from a numerological standpoint, and it's a really good film. But yeah, that's one I definitely recommend people watch. But that's kind of talking about these dystopian futures with humanity being completely wiped out. But yeah, but that's a good film.
So in your estimation, yeah, if we was to be really fantastical, as it were, and we were to speak about this in the reality, how many years would you be talking of?
Woof. Based on the clock that the Vatican are using, because I look at their clocks, I don't just use the normal clock. We're in the age of revelation. We entered in on September the 23rd, 2017. They're playing out a certain amount of the clock and the scriptures. You're looking next year, September, for certain events to happen, and then the other area of it is August 2027. There's a certain stuff that's going on around there. So there's going to be some kind of event happening between like now and 2027, where there's been some major events are going to come. From a religious standpoint, and financial standpoint, and a political and geopolitical standpoint, and we're going to see that taking place.
Right. So basically, they're preparing for the crescendo, as it were.
Yeah, and we're going to see aspects of that, and we're seeing some of it now played out, as we know, in Israel, or Isis, Ra, and El. Because realistically, it's cosmological. Isis meaning woman, rising sun, and El's in Saturn, Israel. It's all cosmological in its origin. That's why I like looking at the Vatican stuff. That's why I've sent you some of that Nos Confundum stuff. You'll like that with the 178 known worlds and what's going on beyond the realm. That's why I sent you that stuff.
Yeah, I hear you, about hey. Oh boy, some of me don't even want to touch in on it because I just know. Because I know what it is, man. But I hear you still. Obviously, I'm gonna check it out, boy. Madness. Oh gosh. Today's the 22nd of October, boy. Oh boy. Hang on to your hats, family.
Yeah, hang on to your seats, people. That's why I'm just working on myself, because whatever's going to happen will happen regardless. So you just, you make sure you're on point. And if you're on point, you get yourself right. That's how you can really influence. Everything else will take place as it's take place.
I agree with that still, man. I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. But listen, I'm going to leave it there. My boy's coming in on the madness, so let me just come and deal with that. Get back to thingy-wobby duties. But as ever, it's been wonderful speaking to you. We've touched on a couple topics that, yeah, man. Do you know what it is? Sometimes, I don't want to talk about certain things, because that rabbit hole, bro. It's horrible,
Yeah, it is. It's not for everybody. I remember we're limiting stuff here. We some of the concepts that I speak on based on some stuff you could be watching. You'll see it's way bigger. There's so much more that you on your platform you're limiting it, but you get me. But yeah,
it's for real, man. But if the people then take the opportunity to join the dots, then they'll know what it is, man. But let me obvious still, because I can see it's getting a little bit busy in my section, so let me do the right thing. And there. But as ever, thank you for coming through. We always love your knowledge, and you know what I mean. Then way there, I've clicked all your links, so I've got them on my tabs. So I'll definitely check them out a little later. I'm gonna finish off my day. Big up all the people for passing through. Give thanks. Get me? Hit the like and all that good stuff. But yeah, man. Keep up the good work. You get me? Because I know you go to the places that other people ain't prepared to go.
We have to do nines in it, because some of us have got to realize what's going on and figure certain things out. Like I said, I go inside myself. I do a bit of research, but I'm at a point now where I'm fundamentally I'm on point. I know what's going on within the realm, so I just do my research in terms of the religious side of it. But I fundamentally, I'm making sure that I'm right. If I'm right and I know what's going on from beyond, I can see things from beyond using other techniques. So I get what I need to get, work on self, and make sure that I'm right. And other than that, whatever's going to happen will happen. Just make sure you just look after you and yours, offer the truth, and that's it. That's all we can do.
Absolutely.
And whatever's gonna happen will happen. You get me? It's simple.
I agree with that. And all I would say to yourself is, in terms of your investigations, just make sure that you're covered in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you go into them, you know what I mean? Darker places, just make sure you're covered, boy. That's all I would say.
That's what I have to do. That's why they're talking about putting work on self, because you have to do, because there's a lot going on. There's stuff that I've already researched and got that I don't even put out in the public that I've got, and you'd be amazed some of the stuff that I've been able to find. And it's like, so I don't put it in the public because it's not for public consumption. So I don't do that, but I always work on me in it and just make sure that I'm on point. Help you and yours, and just offer the truth, and then that's it, man. You'll be fine. Whatever's gonna happen will happen. You just know that you, as a living soul, we're in a natural ascension cycle. You put the work in on self. Universe will, will look after you, and what has to happen will happen. That's why I'm like you. I don't panic. You get me? I know what's going on. I don't panic. I don't be negative. What will happen will happen. I've just got to a point where I'm observing now, and I just look after myself and I'm going on self, and that's it. You can't do too much negativity.
I think that's a beautiful message to end on, to be fair, man. We encompass that as dance a yard before you dance abroad. But man, make sure that your house, your internals is correct before we would deal with the rest, man. So I agree with that 100%. All right then, brother O. Have yourself a good Sunday.
Look after yourself, Nines.
It's 4:45. So we're gonna end it here. Give thanks. Let me finish off my day, and man, give thanks. Hit the notification bell, because you never know what I'm going to pop up, and we keep it moving, man. Happy Sunday, family. Big up yourself, O. Big up yourself, everyone in the chat. Thank you as ever. Probably didn't go deviating from early, but I might tingle already. But man, hit the notification bell, man, because you never know when I'm going to pop up. All right, then. 1 love, 9 love, and out.